What's up, people? How are we doing? We have the part 2 and part 3 of the Brazilian gold digger that's been married 6 times. Okay, so, but as the regulars trickle in, I got this one. This is from my girl, Miss Rose, always sending me clips, finds them. This is out of Judge Tony Flores. And when I tell you mass confusion, that is the epitome of what we're talking about right here. So here we go.
All right. And I don't know if that's amenable to, if you want to have that live so you can see it, or if you can email it to you.
I believe in discussions that he's going to email it to Ms. Robinson, who will then send it to
All
you.
right.
So
That's
it can
right.
be over Zoom.
All right. All right. So that's all. Anything else for the record? 2300471, Mr. Bodowitz.
Nothing from the
Ms. Robinson?
No, Your Honor, we're all set.
All right. You're all set, sir. Thank Mr. Brodowitz and docket 2300471.
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
All right. And I don't know if that's amenable to, if you want to have that live so you can see it, or if you can email it to you.
I believe in discussions that he's going to email it to Ms. Robinson, who will then send it to
All
you.
right.
So
That's
it can
right.
be over Zoom.
All right. All right. So that's all. Anything else for the record? 2300471, Mr. Bodowitz.
Nothing from the people.
Ms. Robinson?
Miracle check.
Miss Miracle, top right, baby.
Miracle Jackson is a witness today.
I do not, Your Honor.
Ma'am, Miss Jackson, what case are you here on?
Great. Here. I'm here for, I don't know what you mean by that. I'm here for, that's all I don't know.
What's the number on that?
It says 2202556. It said, and this is they gave me this number for the Zoom. And it was supposed to be at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
You're here for
I didn't have it here, but yeah.
22, you're here for 22-02556?
Yep.
All right. And is your name Miracle Jackson?
Yes, that's my name.
Yeah, that's.
You're here for the Kim Beasley case?
Yes.
People's already.
All right. Are you a witness on that case?
So basically, my sister did it, and they got the. I don't know. My sister did it, and I got charged with it too. I don't know how I did. So I don't know if I am a witness, but I'm confused.
All right. Well, let's look up that case number.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
They have no idea what's going
My
on.
sister already went to court for it and pled.
Isn't she lovely with her hands down her pants?
Ma'am, is that case, is that a notice for you or your sister?
It's for me.
Kim Beasley is a man.
My sister.
Kim Beasley is I'm completely confused.
I just got the tail end. I heard you say Kim Beasley. Kim Beasley is my attorney, or is my client. He's a man. I haven't seen him here today yet. I tried calling him, get his voicemail.
No, Zoom.
It's on
He
Zoom?
just,
Oh,
just
okay.
joined.
He just joined.
Good.
I don't know why Miss Jackson's set for Judge Ward next.
All of her cases are with Judge Ward.
Yeah, we're Judge Ward next
She's saying
week.
she's a witness on Beasley?
She
So
has
that's
a
not an
notice.
So
issue.
She
this
says
is a,
she
this
has-
is a, I have two cases. This happened when I was 17 years old. They've been switching it back and forth from juvenile to now. And I'm just trying to get this dismissed because my sister, the one that actually did it, already pled guilty. So I don't know what's going on, but
Ms. Jackson, I think
I
you
paid
might be in the
200.
wrong court.
Ms. Jackson, I think you're in the wrong courtroom. I think
So
you should, I think you're supposed to be in front of Judge Ward.
So I just missed my, this is the paper y'all gave me. So I just missed my court.
I'm willing
Yeah.
to walk down and tell Judge Ward, but you're scheduled for today and your paper says Flores?
No,
Yes.
she's not scheduled for today.
It says this courtroom. So can you please tell them? Because if I get in trouble for something that
I don't have her on my docket.
I'm willing to walk down and talk to Shelley after I handle the
Right.
stuff I'm supposed to.
All right,
Oh my
stand by,
God.
Miss Jackson. We don't have you. We have a Mr. Beasley on our docket, and we have his lawyer here, and he's here.
Okay. I'm no, this is a girl. Kim is the girl. So they gave me the wrong, so so y'all gave me the wrong pick. Oh my God. Can y'all please go talk to Judge Ward? Oh my God. Oh my God.
She is about making.
Oh my God.
Yeah, for 420.
I had court at 2, so I'm 30 minutes late to court. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Miss Jackson, your court date's not till Thursday.
No. It says 4:10. It says 4:25 at 10 a.m. They gave me
Is her name the defendant on the paper?
this paper right here.
Is that your name on it?
I don't know. It doesn't say. I don't. They gave me this paper stacks for my
Wait, let me
paper.
see let me see your name on that paperwork.
I don't know how this paperwork works. It's not on this
Well,
paper.
you
So
know if your name's on the paperwork,
Is,
ma'am.
is your name and address on it? Hold it closer to the camera.
Oh,
Kim Beasley.
I didn't even read the paper. I don't know how
You
to
should
read. I don't
read
know
the
what this,
paper.
none of this means.
Man, that's a
So they
that's
gave me
a
the paper.
appearance for a completely different person. That's for Kim Beasley. You're not Kim Beasley.
Okay, so they gave me the wrong paper.
That paper's not.
So
for
do I have
you.
court today or not?
No.
No.
Y'all gave it to me. Y'all gave it to me.
It's not-
I'm just
it's
following
not
what the
for
paper
you.
says to go to court. I'm gonna read.
But that's not your
Okay, so
paperwork. It's not
Do
your
I
name.
have court today? Okay.
It's not your name.
They gave it. Okay. They gave it. Okay. They gave it to me. Do I have court today? Did they give me the wrong paper? But do I still have court today?
No. You have court.
Okay.
on
When do I
Thursday
have
the
court? Because
27th.
I have all the wrong papers. Then.
27th.
This is my first time ever going through any of this. I don't know none of these
Miss
papers.
Jack-
I just know this.
Miss
Wait.
Jackson, you have court in front of Judge Ward on the 27th at 8:30
in person.
in person.
Okay. So this paper. So all my papers is
Disregard.
It's
that
not your paper. Your name's not on it.
okay, but they gave it to me. That's what I'm saying.
That's- You only have to listen to paperwork that has your name on it.
Okay, I don't know how to read. I'm reading what it says to go to pre-trial at this time. I'm not reading anything else.
I don't know why. You should read to see if that your name is actually associated with the paperwork.
Okay, so I don't have court. So when is my court date?
27th at 8:30.
Your court date is in front of
Because y'all
Judge
gave me
Ward
wrong
on
papers. Y'all
March
put it wrong.
March 27th at 8:30.
Okay, March 27th at 8:30. Y'all gave me the wrong papers and turn it out on me.
Oh,
Y'all have a good
is it
day.
April? Wait.
This is April.
It's April 27th. It's Thursday at 8:30.
Look,
Okay.
everybody laughing.
I just want to make sure you have the right date.
Thursday at 8:30 in person.
Correct.
All right, y'all have a good day.
All right.
We got another one.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we'll go to the black spells.
Well, let
Here
me
we
just
go.
advise her.
It's a
So,
little
Miss
warm up.
Johnson,
Let's get a warm up going.
Johnston, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the tail end of the morning docket. We called the docket at 9 a.m. I think we were calling the docket about 9:15, and then I came on and started either trying the cases or granting default judgments to the plaintiffs whose defendants did not appear. You were on the list of people that didn't appear on time. So, but I'll advise you, you'll be getting a copy of the default judgment because you weren't here at docket time when we were calling it. And you have a 5-day period to appeal this default judgment. I'm sorry about that. That's just how it works.
Okay.
Rashay, just a moment. Do you have a time when she came on?
I don't, Your Honor.
I thought it's 10. I thought it was 9. I
Yeah,
thought it
she's
was
been
9.
on for a little bit. If you look, Your Honor, I sent you a message at 10:06.
Yeah, but by then I had already done the defaults, and that was one of the first defaults.
Right, her case was already over. I'm just stating
Yeah,
that
no,
at 10:06, that's when I had a.
understand. My
Yes.
clock was it said it was 9, but it was 10 when I looked at my phone. So that's my fault.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have what's called motions for new trial.
I'm sorry, we don't have something called "You're an Idiot" file. What was she looking at? Her microwave?
On eviction cases, like on some other cases, you might be able to present a motion to set aside a judgment and to grant a new trial because you had an issue with time or notice or whatever. Like if you give the court good cause to set aside whatever judgment was entered and reschedule the case. But that's called a motion for new trial. There are no motions for new trial on eviction cases. So your only way to extend the amount of time that you can possibly continue to reside at the premises you're currently at is to file an appeal no later than
Ms. Sombrero,
Tuesday.
why did you feel
The
that
deadline is Monday, but because the lobby closes at 4, Judge Holmes allows people a whole nother day to come and file an appeal.
How do I do that? Do I have to come up there or
What I would-
like an email or sorry?
No, I'm sorry, that was my fault. What I would recommend, Ms. Johnson, is to give us a call. I would call us after 1 o'clock just because they're going to be at lunch, so no one's going to be able to assist. But after 1, if you would like, someone can answer your questions and give you the options of appeal. We do have a statement of inability to pay if you're unable to afford the bond. And pretty much you can come to the courthouse and request that form, or you can fill it out and email it to us. That form's on our website, but I would just call us after 1 o'clock and we can give you all that information.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, are
Sorry.
you in the military? You're not in the military, are you?
No.
Okay, I just thought I'd ask that question because because sometimes that's a reason for a default judgment to not be valid if you happen to have been in the military and the plaintiff didn't tell me.
Yeah. No.
That's
In
why
this
I was
situation,
trying to
I wish.
clarify that you confirmed that you're not a member of the military because
Oh, man.
default judgments involving the military can be set aside. But I just thought I'd clarify that.
Yeah. No, I appreciate.
All right, Brashay.
Okay, so I am going to pick up where we left off. So this is part 1. So this will be the second half of part 1, and then we will go right to part 2, and part 3 is recording as we speak.
And Ms. Heinsohn, have you had a chance to see this?
Fights with a fiance in Portugal.
So recap, he was talking about her track record with her past husbands. Count them, there are 6. She also has physical altercations with family members. She just has a very shady past in terms of physical altercations, and they're stressing the fact. And then it cut, I rewound it, here we are now.
And with her 5th husband, and now I know she's had him with me, her 6th husband. So there's at least 7 people that she told me that she's had physical or violent fights with.
All right, and you mentioned that she has a daughter. Do you have any understanding of what her current relationship is with her daughter?
To my knowledge, she and her daughter haven't talked in over a year.
Have you ever met her daughter?
I met her just very briefly for a few minutes.
All right, now, on the March 27th attack, let's go back to that. Did you call the police? Were you able to get the call out to the police?
I called 911, and it's my first time I think I've ever called it. the lady on the phone kept me on the line until the police arrived. They arrived very quickly. And I told her the police were at the door. And at that point, the lady on the phone hung up and opened the door for the police officer.
All right, so I'm going to direct the court's attention to petitioner's exhibit 3.
All right, Madam Clerk, petitioners 3. And Ms. Heinsohn, have you had a chance to see this?
Is that the police report?
I believe it will be.
Yes, I have seen it. I have no objection. Our exhibit may be a better copy in terms of how it's scanned. We have the same police report as one of our exhibits, but we have no objection.
All right.
Our exhibit 1.
All right, Ms. Broom, if you could put up petitioners 3.
What's up, way I see it? Make sure. I think his memberships are live. So you want to become a member?
Ms. Broom.
You can put up your stuff.
Okay,
Way I
I'm
see it
checking.
if you
She
want.
have her documents all in one.
Okay. You could also use defense 1, I believe is what she said.
Okay.
You're in the collective, it's page 35.
Okay, thank you.
Is this the correct one?
It is. Yes, okay. Mr. Dixon, can you explain to the court what happened when the police arrived?
When they arrived, there's 2 officers. First thing they said when they came in the door is, "Where's your wife?" I told them that she was in the bedroom, and they went. One of them went into the bedroom to talk to her, and the other one stayed in the living area.
And at any point, were you and the police officers and Ms. Moore in the same room?
After one officer went back and talked to her, she and he came out into the living area. So all of us, both officers and Ms. Moore and I were all in the same room.
All right, and what were you both doing at that time?
The officer was, he was trying to get a picture of what had happened and so forth. And he was talking, I know when he was talking to me, she was standing behind him, waving that affidavit. He couldn't say it, I could. She was waving the affidavit that I had signed back in December 6th. And she also made the sign to me. She did like this, that Brazilian sign of "I'm going to get you later" kind of thing.
Madam Clerk, can you take down the exhibit, please?
The Brazilian sign. Somebody look that up.
Thank
What's
you.
the Brazilian sign for "I'm going to get you later"?
All right, and did the police officer ask anyone to leave the residence?
Well, after he talked to us, it was agreed she would leave. Yeah.
All right. Now, did Ms. Moore return to the home after she left on that morning?
She left, that was around 10:30 or 11, the 27th Monday. And Wednesday morning, or I think it was about, I'm not sure what time, it's more like 12, I think. She returned, had 4 policemen, 4 officers, and I think 4 friends with her, and she'd come back to get personal belongings and clothes.
Was there anyone else in the residence other than you at that time?
No.
So did you let her into the residence?
Yes, she came in. They got all her clothes, personal belongings, and so forth.
And about how long was she there?
Maybe 30 minutes.
Right, and what did she take?
Well, in addition to her clothes and personal belongings, at some point she must have gone through my personal belongings because I had changed the deadbolt on the front door, and I had a spare key in where I keep my personal things. And when she left, that key's gone. So who would want it other than her?
When did you change the deadbolts on the door?
The
On what date?
28th, day before.
Right, and while Ms. Moore was there gathering her personal belongings, what was her behavior and demeanor?
She was very upset, very angry, so angry she took an antique vase and smashed it on the kitchen counter. Everyone was in the room when that happened. police officers and stuff.
Do you have any idea what she was upset about?
She was,
Or did she indicate to you?
So she did it in front of the cops? That's what it sounded like in all of his whistling form. I think that's what he said.
What she was upset about?
well, she was just, I mean, it wasn't anything different. It was the whole situation.
Right. Now, can you explain what Ms. Moore does for a living? Is she currently employed?
She's, I think, esthetician.
All right. Do you know, is it your understanding that she is currently employed? Or?
I don't know.
Right. When you met Ms. Moore, what was she doing for a living?
She was an esthetician.
Right. Where was she an esthetician?
She was part owner of a shop, a spa, if you will, called Million Body Wax.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm retired now, but I'm just closing a construction company that I've had for over 30 years.
All right. And would you say that how would you describe the success of your business? Was it
It's been very good. It's very well.
And how did you and Ms. Moore meet?
Well, my first wife, my late wife, and I was 53 years. She passed away in May of 20. But about 5 years before that, she was physically and mentally incapacitated. And during that time, I spent a tremendous amount of time with her. I had attendance with her at all times. But I just needed a way to relax myself some, so I could, when I went home at night, I could take care of her. But someone recommended I go to get a massage, and they recommended Brazilian body wax. I went there, and that's where I met Miss Moore.
And how did you and Ms. Moore become romantically involved?
It didn't happen immediately. It was for several.
So it all comes together. Mr. Dixon was going for a Brazilian massage. He probably had a 5 by his crotch, thinking he was going to get a happy ending, and he walked out with this. His twilight years full of misery.
Months. I mean, when I went there, I didn't go back the next day or week. It was probably a month later, or maybe several months later before I went back. I got to know her. She was engaged to someone else at the time.
What?
We just developed a friendship.
He's a cuckold?
And what is the age difference?
This is great.
25 years. She's 25 years younger than I.
And did that stick out to you as unusual in any way?
I never thought about it. It didn't.
Right. Did you have any reason to believe that she might be interested in a relationship with you for any other reason than she loved you?
At that time, no, I didn't.
Would you still say that today?
No, I would not say that.
Why not?
Well, today, her only interest seems to be financial interest. Seems to be getting condominiums put in our name jointly, bank accounts put in our name jointly, and so forth.
Have you spent a lot of your spent a lot of your earnings or assets or anything on a relationship with Ms. Moore?
Since we've been married, it's approximately $2 million that I've spent.
Okay. What types of things did you purchase with that amount of money?
Well, purchased the engagement ring twice, bought the ring, she sold it back to him. I had to buy it again. It was like almost $40,000 each time.
Why did you have to buy it again?
Well, she sold it the first time back to the jeweler.
Did you guys discuss that?
Pardon me?
Did you and Ms. Moore discuss hers?
No.
Yeah.
She sold it back to him. And then we were together, and she told me how badly she thought she ought to have an engagement ring, and she wanted that one back, and promised that she would pay $32,000 of the cost. And I said, okay, I'll pay the difference. And we went back to the jewelry store and bought the same ring over again. And I think paid $37,000 for it. And I paid for it with a credit card. And I later asked her on that Sunday she was leaving, the 26th. I said, I have to pay American Express tomorrow. Can you write me a check that you promised? And she said, no, I'm not doing it. But we bought the ring twice. We bought 2 condominiums, which total about $1.3 million. She's gotten $143,200 cash.
Have you added her to any of your premarital assets?
I'm sorry.
Have you added her name to any of your premarital assets?
Yes, we've added her name to a joint, what is now a joint investment account,
What's the value of that account?
approximately 800,000.
Oh,
Now, you testified that you had been married previously for 53 years, correct?
Correct.
In those 53 years, have you ever had any physical altercations with your wife?
Never.
All right. Have you ever had any physical altercations with anyone in your entire life?
Never. Well, I want to correct it. Altercation, yes, I was involved in altercations with Miss Moore, but I didn't attack her. I didn't hit her. I didn't fight back. I just defended myself.
But prior to that, have you had any
No.
physical altercations with anyone?
No.
Do you feel taken advantage of by Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Have you sought any other legal or criminal action against Ms. Moore?
Yes, through the Dunwoody Police Department, I have a case file for elderly abuse. I've met with the police department 5 times.
When did you file that?
March 30th, but I have a 6th meeting scheduled with them Thursday this week.
Right, so that case is still pending, or?
Yes, it's under investigation.
Right, I'm going to direct the court's attention to petitioner's exhibit 4.
All right, petitioners 4.
So number 4 will be the police report. You want to see that again or 5?
It's page 37.
Okay, so that'll be exhibit 5, okay?
A moment, I need to see what this is. I don't know that I have an exhibit.
he's 7.
5.
He's 7, Peep.
Does this look
How are you,
familiar?
Okay,
Cindy?
yes, yeah, that's
See you.
fine. No objection.
He's number
I
7.
have seen that.
All right. Mr. Dixon, are you in fear of Ms. Moore?
Yes.
Are you asking that this court extend the terms of the temporary order into a 12-month protective order?
Yes, I am.
Why do you feel that the court's intervention is necessary?
Well, Ms. Moore's, she's shown me her violence, her ability to be violent, and so forth. And she's shown me she does it when there is no apparent reason. For instance, when I was asleep. She's physically very fit. She's 25 years younger than me. She goes to weight training 4 days a week religiously. She's done that for over 20 years.
She's got to find her next husband.
She spends over $5,000 a year with a personal trainer. She is a very, very fit person. She's solid muscle. She's a lot tougher than I am.
She loves it.
Do you have any issues as far as proximity to her? Do you guys frequent any of the same places?
Well, I've lived in Dunwoody for 46 years. She's lived in Dunwoody, I think, 12 years. We go to the same restaurants, we go to the same shops, we go to the same grocery stores. Where she's living right now, I think, and where I'm living, is probably 1/10 of a mile apart. We live very close to each other.
And what are your fears to the court declining to extend the TPO?
Well, my fear is that she would think it's okay to do what she's been doing in the past, and it's not okay. I firmly believe, I really mean this, if there is not a restraining order, if I was walking across the parking lot, she saw me, it wouldn't surprise me if she ran up, tried to, or did. If we were in a room, I would not be surprised if she picked up anything, a knife, a gun, or anything else, and hit me with it or stabbed me. I mean, her anger is so unbelievable, nothing would surprise me. I really think a TPO would be her best. I have to. I think it would be a deterrent to her to know that if she did do something, that it would be she's possibly going to jail.
All right, and you guys currently have a divorce pending?
Yes,
It has not been finalized, is that correct?
correct.
All right, as it stands today, what, if anything, does Ms. Moore stand to gain in the event of your demise, your death?
Well, at this point, she could gain total ownership of condominiums, investment accounts, personal belongings.
What is the total value that she stands to gain?
Somewhere between $2 and $3 million.
Oh, he
Now, do you have
did.
a vehicle or own a vehicle that you need the court to award you possession of?
No,
He
no,
did.
No, I do not.
Does Ms. Moore have a vehicle?
Yes, she has a vehicle which I purchased for her about 2 years ago.
All right. Is there any real property that one or both of you have ownership interest in?
Yes, actually 3 condominiums, the townhouse in Cypress Commons, the condominium in the Manhattan condominium building, and the townhouse at Area Development.
All right. Are there any monthly expenses associated with any of those properties?
Area and Manhattan, each one is about $1,000 a month. $1,000 includes HOA, homeowners fees, insurance, real estate taxes, utilities.
All right. And are you asking the court to order that Ms. Moore be responsible for paying 50% of those expenses for the properties?
I am
Okay. So what amount are you asking that the court order to pay?
$1,000 a month from her. I would pay the other $1,000.
All right. And had she ever contributed to these expenses previously?
They were paid out of our joint banking account.
Okay. And to your knowledge, does Ms. Moore have the ability to make these payments?
She does. I would say she's got several $100,000 in the bank. She has income from the sale of her business she had. She has rental property in Brazil, and she goes back to Brazil about every 6 months. Matter of fact, she's scheduled to leave May the 10th. Every time she comes back, she always brings back $10,000 cash. That's the maximum you can bring out of the United States without declaring it. And when she comes back, she takes it from her bank account. She's concerned about the politics in Brazil. She's trying to get her money out of Brazil and get it here. She could easily afford the cost of it.
I believe him.
Right. Are you asking that the court award you attorney's fees for having to file this TPO?
Yes, I am.
And what is the total amount of your attorney's fees?
$10,130 today.
I'm going to direct the court's attention to petitioner's exhibit 5, attorney's fees affidavit and supporting invoices. We have not included the costs for today and preparation for today. The previous submission is $8,000. As it stands today for costs for appearing today and preparing for today, it's $10,000.
All right, have you had a chance to see that, Ms. Heinzen?
I haven't, no, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to break. I have a meeting with the Sheriff's Department at 12.
We got
so
it.
I'm gonna ask that Ms. Heinzen take a look at that on our break. And I have another matter to take up with the jail. So let's reconvene at
Announced to harassment and to the people. Have you done any of those things?
I really don't know what she means when she says popped up. I lived at Cypress Commons. I had keys to the house. I had a garage door opener, had a fob to get in the security gate. So I really don't know what she.
So guys, we didn't miss anything. I just fast forwarded. I was watching this live. The beginning of this were just the proceedings. They were coming back. You know, we're doing this, we're doing that. Everybody ready? Sound check. Blah 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 blah. That was the first question out of the break.
She means when she says I popped up there.
Have you contributed anything to that residence?
Have I contributed? Yes, when there was. Well, I paid off the mortgage of $132,000.
Was that a property that she owned previous to the marriage?
But she had owned it previous, and I paid off the mortgage.
All right. Do you or have you ever posed a threat to Ms. Moore's safety?
Never.
Do you own a firearm?
Yes.
All right. What kind of firearm?
It's a revolver.
All right. How long have you owned that firearm?
About 20 years.
Was Ms. Moore aware that you owned it?
Yes.
How did she become aware of that?
I showed it to her.
All right. And why did you show it to her?
So if she chose to use it for protection, she could. She told me she's had training with firearms. She used to own a firearm. And so I thought it would be to her benefit to know what's there.
All right. Around what date was it that you showed her the firearm?
First time I treated her.
Was it at the beginning of the relationship?
I would say it was summer of 21.
Right. And have you showing it to her again after that?
Yes, when we moved to the new Manhattan condominium, I showed her where it was in the nightstand. I showed her it was there.
All right, have you ever threatened her or done anything that can be perceived as a threat with that firearm?
Never.
Any other weapon?
No.
How many times have you fired that firearm?
Not many.
Relevance.
What's the relevance?
How often he uses a firearm, if he's ever posed any threat to her, if she's ever could perceive anything as him being a threat to her as far as the firearm is concerned.
All right, I'll allow it.
Have you ever fired that weapon?
I fired it when I bought it about 20 years ago and haven't fired it since.
All right, are you asking that her petition for protective order be denied?
I am.
Okay. All right, Ms. Heinsohn, at this time, do you wish to cross?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Ooh, baby.
First of all, I wanted to see whether Moore Exhibit 1, the police report, was admitted to evidence.
Yes, it was.
All right, and we have Moore Exhibit 2, if that can be displayed.
All right, Madam Clerk, if you could put up Exhibit 2, Defense Exhibit 2.
Ma'am, is that called the consolidation exhibits?
I'm sorry?
Is it called the consolidation exhibits?
Lori, is it called consolidation exhibit? My paralegal emailed them as Moore Exhibit 2. It was emailed before last week's hearing.
MOHR Exhibit 2.
It's the affidavit that Mr. Dixon testified about that he prepared.
Okay, I see the affidavit. I just didn't see a 2 next to it. One moment.
Okay, Mr. Dixon, is this a true and correct copy of the affidavit that you testified about earlier that you prepared? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes.
That is your signature on that affidavit?
Yes.
And you actually prepared this affidavit, typed it up?
Yes, but I wrote it based on instructions from Miss Moore and her friend, and I understand you or your assistant.
All right. And where did you have that notarized?
At the bank.
All right. Was Ms. Moore with you when you signed this affidavit at the bank?
No.
All right. And what did you do with the original of that affidavit?
I truly don't know. I don't have a copy of it myself.
Well, you see this copy, you say this is a true copy of what you actually signed. That says you are not concerned about her, that she's not a violent or mean person, that it's not true that she's beat you, that other people have reported that it's not true. Is that, those are your words?
They're not my words. Those are words that she and her friend, and I understand you and your assistant, told her that put into an affidavit, which I did. I had no interest in writing that affidavit. I had nothing to gain by it. Why would I write it?
So you signed this sworn affidavit in December 22, 3 months after you were at the hospital accusing your wife of causing these injuries that you submitted photographs of. Am I right?
The date you just mentioned is right, but no, I didn't go to the hospital accusing her. They asked me how I got injured, and I told them it wasn't an accusation, it was a fact.
All right, so that day before you went to the hospital, you had actually gone to Justin Hayes' office, a lawyer's office?
I think it was the same day, but I'm not sure.
And so after consulting with a lawyer, you went to Northside Hospital to make allegations that 2 weeks before your wife had caused these injuries. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
What's up,
As I
Ginger?
told you in my statement earlier, I went to my sister's house, who worked at a hospital for 40 years, and I was talking to her, and I showed her the injuries. She's the one that urged me to go to the hospital, not the attorney.
All right. At that time, when you went to see Mr. Hayes, it is your understanding that Mr. Hayes called me. Is that right? Your affidavit says it's your understanding that attorneys representing you told Alexandra's attorney that she beat you. Is that your understanding? That your attorney, that Mr. Hayes called me? Is that your understanding?
He called you, but I'm not sure about everything else you just said.
Did Mr. Hayes report your wife for family violence?
No.
Did you file for a TPO?
Then or?
Then, yes.
No, not then, I didn't.
Did you call the police?
No, but I probably attempted to and probably had my phone taken away.
So you're telling me that between the time that your wife allegedly caused these injuries 2 weeks before you went to the hospital and the time that you went to the lawyer's office, saw your sister and went to the hospital, you did not have an opportunity to call the police?
I could have.
You could have and you did not.
That's correct.
Is it true, your attorneys, or there's been some allusion that you have some degree of wealth, that you have assets at least of $1 million or $2 million, somewhere in that neighborhood. Is that correct?
What's the question? How much do I have, or is there?
I mean, do you have assets of more than $1 million or $1.5 million?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And can you give me any good reason why a man with those assets would stay with a woman who treats you the way that you have alleged that she has treated you?
Well, I can tell you this, I didn't stay with her. She's sitting in your office and I'm sitting in this one. We're not together.
You did not pursue her before y'all got married?
Of course I did, yes.
You did pursue her before you got married. Your testimony was that you went to Brazilian Body Wax when you first met her for a massage. Is that right?
That, and she cleaned my ears and my nose and things like that.
So what kind of massage was it? A facial massage?
It was actually my shoulder. I still got the lump here that I went to her for.
The shoulder. So this was not a body massage. Your wife is not even licensed to do that kind of work. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Did you actually go to the Brazilian Body Wax to get a Brazilian? Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm going to let you finish. I'm going to stop and let you finish your answer. Go ahead.
I don't know if she's licensed for that.
Okay. All right. Did you not in fact go for a male Brazilian wax?
Absolutely not.
You did not.
That's correct.
Okay.
Is there an objection? I couldn't hear what was being said there.
Yeah, we were objecting that it's not relevant.
Okay. Well, I'm going to object.
You guys can speak up on that side. I'd appreciate it.
I'm sorry?
He's just asking for y'all to speak up a little bit, and I couldn't tell if it was an objection or not either. So just, a little bit louder next time. Thank you.
Mr. Dixon, you said your wife died in May 2020.
Right.
Did you proceed to begin to date other women after your wife's death?
Sometime afterwards, yes.
Were you visiting websites called Latin Fields and sending money to South America?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
What is the relevance, Ms. Heinsohn?
Your Honor, he has made, he has testified about their entire relationship when he met her. He has made very pointed and we believe false allegations against her. And I believe that the context of this relationship bears a little bit of, and his history in relationships bears a little bit of relevance.
Not so much to this hearing, maybe for the divorce, but I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you buy Ms. Moore a car, a Mercedes vehicle, before you married her?
Yes.
Did you do that? Had you already purchased that by the time she got to the dealership?
Objection, Your Honor. We're still here asking questions that are relevant.
This is a family violence battery petition for protective order against both parties. Let's keep it to what we are here for. I think there's going to be a lot of problems with us wanting to get into the divorce proceedings. That's not for today, y'all.
All right, Your Honor. He testified at great length about a lot of things. Let me
just interrupt you, Ms. Heinsohn. What I heard testimony from him about was various incidents leading up to where we are today involving allegations of purported family violence. If you can please stick to what he has discussed in his testimony and what you're wanting to produce as far as it relates to your petition. I don't need anything about before they met that's about their cars and diamond rings. That's not what we're here for.
Wait, I think Sean's getting a little excited with the Latin feels. Is that it, Sean?
Stay, y'all.
He just wants
to check. All right, Your Honor. All right, I want to, so Mr. Dixon, did you and your wife married in December 2021, is that right?
Yes.
Did you file for divorce in February 2022?
Yes.
Was that divorce action dismissed 4 days later?
Yes.
Did you come to my office in March of 2022 and sign an uncontested settlement agreement of divorce?
Yes.
And your wife at that time claimed no interest in your residence, your bank accounts, any of your properties. Is that right? I'm sorry?
Objection. First, she's discussing settlement and it's still irrelevant. It's still, asking questions about the divorce and not the family violence issue.
And his allegations against her is that she is all about money. He testified about that.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection.
All right. So, Mr. Dixon, in March of 22, did your wife and you in my office sign an uncontested settlement agreement whereby she kept her premarital condo, you kept your premarital assets, and she relinquished any interest in your bank accounts or investment accounts?
Yes.
And yet you subsequently pursued her, put her name back on these things, and subsequently bought these 2 condos you're talking about. Am I right?
First of all, you're saying I pursued her. The morning I was at the airport to leave for Florida, we had signed the agreement in your office the day before. She called me. I didn't call her. She called me. She pursued me.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to ask my paralegal to submit what's been called, what I have marked as Moore Exhibit 5. It is an email that I'm going to, if you would tell us who do we send that to? To the CSIC?
You're going to need to send it to the email address that Ms. Broom is going to put into the chat, and I'm going to need you to also CC Ms. Robinson Roberts,
right,
to have an opportunity for her to review it before we look at it.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Broom, if you will put your email address in the chat for Ms. Heinsohn.
I did. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it is. Come over here and look over my shoulder. It's Steve. I can't. It disappeared. Chat.
Just click on the chat function. It'll come back.
CL Broome, BROOME at DeKalbCountyGA.gov. Mr. Dixon, did you tell the police officer that you did not have a gun the day that the police came?
No, absolutely not. There was 2 officers. One of them was in the bedroom with Miss Moore. The other one was with me, and the other one said, do you have a gun? I said, yes, I do. It's in the closet. Do you want to see it? And he said, oh, no, I don't want to see it. I just want to know if you had it.
Okay. All right. If Miss Moore had hit you, attacked you, as you have testified, why would you have stayed with her?
Why would I? I tried. I was married, as you know, for 53 years to another woman. My first. It's not in my nature to give up quickly on a marriage or something like that. I wanted to make it work. I wanted to be married to Miss Moore, but it's just come to the point now that it's not worth the risk.
Ms. Brown, when you get the, be sure and copy the opposing counsel. Okay.
He just likes that Brazilian heat, baby.
When you get the exhibit, would you let me know?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you tell the police officers when Ms. Moore came back to the property after to receive her property, back to the Manhattan to retrieve her personal property? Did you tell them that you did not know who the people with her were?
That's correct.
You say
I knew two of the people, others I didn't know.
okay. All right. When you have you made police reports on other women, against other women in the last 2 years?
You mentioned earlier about I dated another woman, and I forgot what you said I did with the police, but I guess it was a police report that I filled out. It was in Sandy Spring.
You accused her of having stolen property from you?
It apparently was true because she returned it right after that.
Was she arrested or prosecuted?
Not to my knowledge, she just returned the property. That's all.
Okay.
I just received it.
Thank you very much. All right, would you please display what has been marked as Exhibit 5, more Exhibit 5?
And Ms. Robinson Roberts, have you received this?
Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to give you a chance to look at that. What are we looking at?
It's an email from Ms. Dixon, Mr. Dixon to Ms. Moore in February 14th, after he had filed for divorce and dismissed the divorce, pursuing her.
Okay. And what are your objections, Ms. Robinson Roberts?
It seems to be altered because it's writing on the side of it also does not look to be an original.
Okay.
And we just received.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let Ms. Heinzen go ahead and ask her questions, and if you want to go ahead and attempt to lay your foundation through this witness.
Okay. Mr. Dixon, do you recognize this email as an email you sent to your wife?
No, I don't.
Okay. No further questions. I'll get it in through my client. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can we please play the audio recording that is Moore 3, Exhibit Moore 3?
Yes, here we go. I didn't hear this, guys. I'm listening to the first time with you. I love doing that. So I'm watching it with you for the first time.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. As I mentioned before, if we're done with the examination of Mr. Dixon, could I get a couple of clarifications from him?
We're not done yet, but we will
Okay.
certainly do that.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry.
2 days. I don't know him that well.
But I'm just afraid that they might think that I'm the one who doesn't want you to spend time with your family, you know?
No, it's not true.
I would think you want to see him, you know, because
I
he's your
don't.
nephew.
I promise you, I don't.
That's the wrong audio recording. That's not 3.
All right,
Spend
Madam
the
Clerk,
night.
if you'll stop that one. Madam Clerk, is that one listed as number 3?
I'm sorry, one moment. That was the one. Oh, that's 4 that was sent over by your assistant. So you want to go back? Okay, one moment.
Come on. Come on, Claire. Guys, what do we think about this? I should throw a poll up. I'm gonna throw a poll up. What do we think about this now?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Did you label it as number 3?
More Exhibit 3.
Okay.
It was submitted before last week's hearing.
Okay, I see one that say recording. It doesn't have an exhibit number. Do you want to see that one and see if that's the one? I don't
Yes,
have an.
it-
Okay.
It was
Why did you say that?
Well, I said,
Now, why did you go, why do you spread?
Is that the one?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Started from the beginning, Judge. I'm sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
but it didn't matter.
But why? Why did you say that?
Well, I said,
Now, why did you go, why do you spread that I beat you up?
I never used that term to anybody. And you don't blame me, so. I told you at
But
least
why
50
people are
times.
saying that? I mean, John, this is so bad, you know, like I'm scared.
Only
'Cause
person.
the lawyer said,
Only person said that's Holly. Holly's repeating something she heard from somebody else. She may have, Maria probably embellished it. Holly embellished it some more, and here we are.
yeah, but why your sister would say such a thing as, if you only know the truth, you would be horrified.
Wexler, you are.
You know the day you left here, I didn't
Hey,
touch you, John.
I know, but she said it was. nothing
Actually, I
like
was very surprised that you want to leave. We both, like I wrote into this email, ever since I got back from Brazil, I think we both realized that you were over a lot of pressure. You were, wasn't that true?
that. Oh, yeah.
Okay, because what you were,
Yeah,
first of all, I realized that around that time you were dealing with 2 places that was underwater.
I was physically and mentally exhausted.
Exactly. And then what happened is you had,
You know,
had,
the day you left for Brazil, and I went to Brand Smart.
yeah.
From there, I came home, had nothing in my car, not even a toothbrush, nothing. Stopped at that same hotel, went in, rented their last room, went upstairs, went to sleep. Yeah,
And you left
I
me
was so
the day
tired I
you
couldn't
left
even
me
drive out
October
there.
22nd, you said, right? A week after we had a little dispute about you looking at my friend's butt, and then that day was about the breast. So one thing I think we both realize that you are under a lot of stress.
I know it.
First of all, you had 2 apartments that you have leaking, water damage. The one that we bought area in the Manhattan. Besides, yeah. Besides, you were working very hard and moving stuff in and out, like you moved those big mirrors out of that apartment. You know, I mean, you did so much. You know it. Yeah, you keep saying you know it, but you were bruising yourself. Didn't you drop the granite, John, on your foot?
On his foot.
Did you or not?
I don't know how many times I've told you. I've told you at least twice sitting on the bed.
It's recording,
Yes,
Whistler.
you did. So, I mean, I think you hurt yourself so much there and hurt your mind so much. Well, now you have to understand, I scared because lawyer made me scared. You know, it's going to be my word against all these people that whether Maria and Holly are doing that because Holly always wants your money anyway, and or whatever it is, but I don't know what you said to your sister, you know, and that's what today when I read that again, I go like, wait a minute, she's saying here, if you only know the truth, you would be horrified. And I don't know what truth is that she knows that I don't know. Because what I remember,
I don't know what she's referring to.
what I remember is me helping you, cleaning, washing your clothes. Yes, we have sometimes things that we don't like, and I say things because I'm upset, or you have said things that you're upset to. But I think this is normal in a relationship, John. It's just very sad, you know. I'm very sad and I'm very scared.
Well,
I'm scared because I've never been in a relationship where I've been accused of anything, especially being violent of anything. And I never had anybody who left me so many times like you did too.
All I have to say is, please stick around for this. She loses her temper on camera, and we caught it. It's
last year when
coming.
You finished the engagement and the wedding 5 days before.
Wow.
I was like, what happened? I was there that weekend with you. I was sick with the thing that the hemorrhoid stuff.
But do you think it accomplishes anything to go over and over and over for a year?
No, it doesn't accomplish anything, John. It's just I don't think it accomplishes anything, but I would like to know how could we make it everybody believe now that you and I love each other, that you and I, when we are together, we're having so much fun, that we hug each other, we love on each other, we watch our movies, we make love. Like a lot of people maybe think that you're 77, but you don't have sex with me, maybe just here to decorate my room. You know, they don't know what we have from that door in. And honestly, none of your family have been involved in your life. I know you for 5 years, and I knew as being a lonely man, okay? Lonely man who was taking care of a wife that was dying because she had her own problems, her own strokes and stuff. But I didn't see you saying anything about even that Pat's sister. She just moved back into town, and you told me that she was 30 years without really talking in touch with you. You guys saw each other a few times in 30 years. And now all of a sudden she knows so much that that incriminates me. That's why I'm upset. That's why I feel like it's my life too.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to talk to Pat whenever you have a chance. I would like to be part of this conversation. You can tell her that I'm around or not, and I just want to hear from her, what does she know that I don't know, that you might be telling her that I don't know, that is not truth. That's all. So we both can start in a flat, fresh blanket, you know, like a clean blanket. And remember, John, the fact that I might be upset the week that you caused me to be sad and you hurt my feelings by looking at another woman, if that week I'm not so friendly, That doesn't mean I hate you. That doesn't mean, it doesn't give you ground to leave me.
I understand that, but, and when I said, I think you hate me, looking back on it, I wish you said, no, I don't, I love you, but you can
No, what I said to you, what did I say to you, John? If you think I hate you,
go leave.
you should leave.
And you said you're filing for a divorce 2 days later.
Because this has been too many, to me, this is crazy for you, a man, your husband, to even say you hate me. Why would I hate you for? Just because I'm upset that you were looking a woman?
Well, I truly felt like you've been for a solid week talking about those incidents and calling
Well,
me,
for a solid week, perhaps I was very
and calling
upset.
me these horrible names. I'd never call you. If I did, you would go crazy. If I called you a whore and a bitch.
Well, I never call you a whore. I said that you're an old, dirty old man. That's what I said.
Dirty person, motherfucker, fucker.
Well, yeah, I did. I'm not going to deny what I said because I think that was dirty for you to look at my friend's ass. Yeah, but you're not used because your wife probably never cared that you look at anything, but you understand that you have done that and you agree it. You agree it so much?
There might be a lot of reasons to call people names, but things like that.
Yeah, doesn't matter, John. I come from a different culture and I don't like for you to look at women in front of me. I respect you. I so respect you. In front of you and behind you. I never out with anybody, never talk to another man, never even dream about cheating on you. I deserve your attention when you go out and you take me out for dinner. Your eyes, your attention should be on me, not at somebody else's breast or butts, okay? Period.
You've made that very clear.
I made that very clear, but I don't think you understand how hurtful that is.
I've got that in. You convinced me.
I'd like to offer that into evidence. Mr. Dixon, is that you and your wife having a conversation?
Yes.
All right, any objection, Ms. Robinson Roberts? All right, it'll be admitted without objection.
Slow clap, baby. That was fantastic. It's like fine wine, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting better with as it ages.
Do you have any other questions?
She's brutal.
Are you on mute?
You're on mute.
I have no other questions for Mr. Dixon at this time.
Do you think?
Okay.
I don't think he loved her either.
We're going to take a brief break. I need to take care of a couple of dismissals in the breakout room, and we will come back in well, as soon as I'm done, so 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so do not go anywhere. I am going to be right back. I'm going to upload the new one and we will listen to this. Let's go, people. I'm going to play something else for you while I'm uploading this. Let's get something good. I got a great little custody one. The guy doesn't even know the ages of his own kids. I'll show that for you while I am uploading this. And again, another announcement. Tomorrow, one of our top nerds, I don't know if you know, but membership, if you're a top nerd, if you're a top dono, basically VIPs with me since day one. I opened it up for a guest spot to guest host. Robert Morley, our man from Texas, is going to be our guest host tomorrow for a couple segments. So give it up for my man Robert. I think he's actually in the chat today. I think I saw him. So let's cue this up while I'm getting part 3, because part 3 is going on right now as we speak. So I'm gonna get it going. Let's listen to this one. Actually, I could just pop it up. All right, let's just hold on 1 second. I'll be right back, people.
And
We are back, people. Here we go.
March of 2022. February 2022 was he filed for divorce.
March 2022.
okay.
What, during that period, what, if any?
Sometime before that, I had bought her a car. That was before we even got married. Bought her a $40,000 ring, which she later sold and benefited from the sale of it for the cash. And I paid off the mortgage on her house of $132,000. So that was about $200,000 she benefited.
All right, and of that amount, how much would she have retained that she did not have prior to the marriage?
She would have retained all.
Just funny time.
Yeah.
All right, let's go into now the recording that was played. Did you know that you were being recorded at that time?
I don't think I did. I didn't know she was recording. I can remember a couple of times we had conversations.
Ooh, that was a bad
After the conversation was over, she'd say, I've been recording, and I said, I need to learn to do that.
All right, so were the things that you stated in that recording correct and accurate?
Everything I said in it was true.
You were agreeing with Ms. Moore about her not being abusive in that recording, is that correct?
No, I was agreeing with her in the recording that she didn't beat me up or beat me. There's a very big difference between hitting somebody, kicking somebody, and beating them up. This term that started getting thrown around, I'm not sure who started it or when.
Have you ever had this discussion about the distinction between the two with Ms. Moore?
No.
But now, did this recording take place before or after the affidavit was signed?
Can you tell me the date of the recording? I think that was before the affidavit. It was before the affidavit, because in the recording, I said to her, what do you want me to do? She was really pressuring me by doing something. I said, what do you want me to do? That's sometime either then or later, she explained to me she wanted this affidavit. That's what she wanted me to do.
Now, what about the recording that you provided as an exhibit, our exhibit P1? Why did you decide to record that conversation?
I honestly didn't know I was recording. I didn't know how to make a recording with my phone, and I'd been sitting in our living area experimenting with it, trying to figure out how to do it. I set it on the kitchen counter, and then the confrontation with Miss Moore was 10 feet away in a hallway. And after that, and after she had spit in my face, I walked back to the kitchen, picked up my phone, I realized it had been recording. That's the one and only recording I've ever made of anybody, anytime.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I ask two questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dixon, the recording, if the recording were December 9th, that would be after the affidavit, correct?
That's correct.
And in that recording, you admitted that you dropped the granite on your foot. Is that correct?
That's correct. Could I go further and explain that? I dropped it on my foot, not my ankle. It's a big difference. And as a matter of fact, one of my toes, later, the toenail, how they get black when you smush them on, one of my small toes, not the big one. And I later lost the entire toenail due to the granite.
All right, thank you for your responses.
Anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may call your next witness.
All right, we're going to be calling Miss Patricia Jones. I believe she should be in the waiting room.
All right. If we could bring in Miss Patricia
Witnesses.
Jones.
Right. Get her on the phone.
She's in her phone.
Younger brother.
And how is it that you have a relation to either of the parties that are here today?
John Dixon is my brother, my younger brother.
All right. And so you're older. How much older than Mr. Dixon are you?
3 years.
All right.
She's 80.
And
God bless her.
how
She
would you
looks
describe the relationship between you and Mr. Dixon, just generally, not necessarily at present date, but just generally? Are you close with your brother?
Yes, I think I am.
Do you have any sort of recollection as to when you first became acquainted with Miss Moore, Alessandra Moore?
Yes, the first time I met her was in October of 21.
Okay. Now, Mr. Dixon, he was married prior to Miss Moore for 53 years. What about your relationship with his former wife?
She was a lovely, lovely woman who suffered a lot at the very end, but she was lovely.
During the time that Mr. Dixon was caring for her, how would you describe as far as bedside manner, gentleness, tenderness, what kind of husband was he?
My brother is a gentleman and a gentleman, and I'm sure I wasn't here. I lived in Florida at the time, so I wasn't present, but we did talk because my husband had Parkinson's and I had gone through a lot of issues with care. And so Johnny would call and talk about that because we both were dealing with it.
As you sit here today, what, if any, awareness do you have about any violence or physical aggression occurring during Mr. Dixon's marriage to his first wife?
Absolutely none.
And he's also, Mr. Dixon's also a father, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe him as a father when the kids were still at home growing up?
Well, again, I wasn't here, but I think he was a very good father.
Objection, Your Honor. We're not talking about.
That's fine. I'll move on.
Allegations.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. Remember what we're here for today. It's very limited.
Yes, Judge. I'll move on. Now, you mentioned that you first became acquainted with Miss Moore in October of 2021. Under what circumstances?
My brother had called and said that he was seeing her and that he would like for me to meet her. I had moved to Atlanta August of the year before, and that year. And so he drove out with Allie and we met and chatted in my condo for a couple of hours.
Now, as far as that first impression with Miss Moore, anything to write home about there?
No, she seemed like a lovely lady.
Okay. Now, when would you say was the first time that you ever became aware of problems ongoing in the relationship between Mr. Dixon and Miss Moore?
In early November of that same year, I had Allie and Johnny and my sister, my niece, my son, both of my sons and my daughter-in-law for dinner so that we could meet Allie. And it seemed to go very well. But a few days later, Johnny called and said, going home, that she had expressed a lot of jealousy about my daughter-in-law
Objection,
and my
hearsay.
niece.
And it appears she's reading, honestly.
I'm sorry, I
Okay.
didn't hear you.
Let's break this down. Miss Jones, are you reading from anything?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
And do you have a response to the objection, Madam Attorney?
No, Your Honor. In fact, I'm just gonna move. I know she went into some hearsay there, so I'm just gonna move on. Ms. Jones, when Mr. Dixon came to you and described to you that there were problems ongoing in his relationship with Miss Moore, what, if anything, led you to conclude that there was some physicality to that?
Your Honor, she is leading this witness all over the place.
Okay, I am going to allow this question. I understand she's trying to kind of hone in on what we are here for today. So this question is going to be permissible. Go ahead, Ms. Jones.
I mean, could you repeat it? I'm sorry.
No, it's fair. Go ahead.
Ma'am, just what, if anything, did Mr. Dixon do or say to you that led you to conclude that there was something physical about the disputes between Ms. Moore and Mr. Dixon?
Phone calls to me. He's told me that Allie had a very hot temper and that she would react by hitting him. And he describes several instances where she had done that, hit him in the face when his glasses were on, hurt his nose. Multiple times he called and talked about that.
Do you have any knowledge of Mr. Dixon ever doing, writing, signing, or saying anything to anybody to suggest that Ms. Moore was not violent?
I know there was a document that when they got back together after one of several breakups, that she had agreed to reunite with him if he signed an affidavit that said something to the effect that she didn't beat him. And I was very upset about that because I didn't think he should sign that. And he said, well, she wants me to do it because at that time he said she wants you to understand. And he said she hit me, so beating is off the table, but she did hit me. I still didn't agree with it, but he did go ahead and sign that.
And it was your understanding that Mr. Dixon was trying to separate the hitting and the beat me up?
Yes.
Did you ask him why?
Well,
I see in the comments about him being lonely. Listen, I'm a widower. I was married for a long time also. I know exactly how this man must have felt being in a long-term marriage. And she, I feel, took complete advantage of that. And he was, like I said, I may have been fooling around, but he was smitten. And your emotions are crazy all over the place when something like that happens, and you look for any kind of comfort. A lot of it, yeah, he was, sexually and all that stuff. She was hot. She's younger. She's 25. But she probably showed him, she probably zeroed in. Listen, she was married 6 times. She probably zeroed on exactly what he was missing, and that tenderness and the caring and the love. And plus, he was probably not in a real relationship because she was ill for such a long time. So it probably was even years before she actually passed away that he really wasn't in a marriage to where it was where she showed that he had that emotion that he was been missing. So I feel it. So I saw that, Mama KT. A couple other people brought that up too.
I did, because I didn't agree that he should sign that, but he said it makes a difference to me, and Allie is requiring it to get back together. And he was trying to get back together with her.
Were you ever provided with a copy of? Have you seen that affidavit?
No, I did not.
And was it, what was your understanding just in talking to Mr. Dixon of what was going to happen if he did not sign this affidavit?
I guess they wouldn't get back together, basically, which would have been fine with me, but that wasn't my decision.
Was there ever an occasion,
Yeah, and I definitely see what you mean with two to tango. And he had a lot of needs that she was fulfilling sexually, definitely, because he probably wasn't in a sexual relationship for a long time because his wife was terminally ill. So there's a lot. Yes, exactly two to tango without a doubt.
now we've talked a little bit today
He knew
about
what he
your
had.
background. It's our understanding you have a background in the medical field and hospitals. Tell us just briefly what you did.
Yes, I was a medical technologist, a clinical chemist, if you will. I worked in a hospital laboratory for about 45 years before I retired.
And was there ever an occasion that Mr. Dixon came to you after a dispute with Miss Moore and you gave him any sort of medical advice?
Medical advice? No. I mean, there was one time that she had kicked him and done some other things that I told him he should
Objection, Your
go.
Honor. Objection.
To what? What's the basis?
She said there was at one time she kicked him.
All right, Ms. Jones, let me ask you to clarify how you've reached that conclusion, ma'am.
Johnny called and told me about it and sent me some pictures of the bruising. And I told him that he should go to the hospital or to his doctor and have it checked out so that there were no breaks or any serious damage. And then the next time I saw him, I saw the bruises myself.
Other than what Mr. Dixon may have told you about the consequences of his not signing an affidavit, what, if any, awareness did you have as to Ms. Moore's use or intended use for that affidavit?
I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
Are you aware of any conversations with any of Mr. Dixon's children about any of these, the affidavit or anything related to it?
I was told that
This
his
could be
daughter,
hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Jones, that because of the rules of hearsay, we can't allow you to say things that have been told to you. Now, if Mr. Dixon has told you something, you can state that to be specific. But primarily, I'm curious to know if there were any other discussions with anybody in Mr. Dixon's family about the affidavit.
I was told by my brother
Michelle,
that Allie and his daughter Holly had texted back and forth multiple times.
Prior to Mr. Dixon's relationship with Miss Moore, had you ever heard anything from Mr. Dixon about any violent relationships in his past?
Never, ever.
Had you ever seen any of sort of the emotional and physical reactions from Mr. Dixon that you've seen during his relationship with Miss Moore?
No, he's just not that man at all. As I said, he's a very gentle man.
That's all I have right now, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, Ms. Heinzen?
I don't have any questions for Ms. Jones.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Ms. Jones, for your testimony today. May she be excused?
He can.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can log off.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have one administrative matter that I would like to have cleared up before we move to my side of the case. I don't recall the court or opposing counsel having administered an oath to Mr. Dixon. I want to.
I did.
You did administer the oath?
I did it myself at the beginning.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle. Unsubscribe.
I'm marking
subscribe
time
again.
also. It's 10:18.
Yeah, I typically do the first one myself, and I do it so that I don't forget. Okay, Miss Hood or Miss Robinson Roberts, do you have any other witnesses?
No further witnesses, Your Honor. Petitioner rests.
Okay, thank you. All right, then let's turn it over to Miss Heinzen. You can call your first witness.
I would like to call Ty Williams. Thais Williams. She's in the waiting room.
All right.
I see her, I'm bringing her in.
New one. I think there's two witnesses, and then the wife speaks. Oh God, this is great.
I was unable to get them to connect to sound or video earlier, Judge. So maybe if
Guys, don't forget to hit that like button, please. Help me with the algorithm. Also, set your notifications. If you're not getting notifications from me, I heard that if you unsubscribe and scribe and set everything up again, you'll be able to get that.
They have not done it.
Mr. Dixon. There we go.
Let me ask you whether or not your mother. I do. Okay, please, you may lower your hand. Please tell us your name and where you live.
I live in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Thais Moore Williams.
And what is your relationship with with my client, Miss Alexandra Moore?
That is my mother.
All right. And may I ask how old you are?
I just turned 35 last month.
All right. Do you have, let me ask you whether or not.
Oh, you lose your memberships? Sorry, don't do that then. John Boone knows more than I do. Sorry about that, guys. Someone just told me that to do that, but my bad.
Your mother has been accused of family violence in the past.
She has not.
Do you have familiarity with her prior marriages and relationships?
Very much so. I'm an only child. I was present in every single marriage prior to John.
And what has been her history in terms of violence or anger or harming anyone?
My mom is not afraid to back down from defending herself, but she has never hit anyone that she's ever been married to or that she's dated. I've never seen my mom strike anyone, not in front of me and not in private, and certainly not anything beyond that. But she has defended herself. She has, naturally as women, we sometimes if a man cheats or whatever, she has walked away from marriages before because she has gotten cheated. I mean, my mom's not like, oh, okay, I'm just, So
how much do you think mom paid her to open her mouth? And remember what she said. She may not be lying. I never saw her hit anybody.
She will talk back, essentially. But I've never seen my mom hit anyone.
Have you had occasion to spend time with your mother and her husband, John Dixon?
Very little. I only really talked to John early on in their relationship because he insisted very early that I needed to meet him. I had told my mom that I had no interest because I didn't feel like it was steady enough, but he was very adamant about wanting to meet me. So we met at the St. Regis back in 2009. And when I met him, from my perspective, this is my opinion, I didn't mind. Okay.
I didn't understand when you said you met Mr. Dixon. When did you say you met Mr. Dixon?
I think it was 2019.
Whiskey.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And you said you live in St. Petersburg,
Florida.
are you employed there?
No, I am a housewife.
Okay. What about Mr. Have you been close with your mother during the pendency of her marriage to Mr. Dixon?
So I would try to have a relationship with my mom, but the issue actually a lot had to do with John.
Oh, we got it. Don't worry. I was just doing that off YouTube. I'm going to go to something else and I will get the rest of the TPO. load it up. I was just doing that off YouTube for you guys. Here we go. I'm gonna give you a little something, little something, something. Part 3 coming right up.
And you haven't entered any kind of pleas on those today, so you're failing to control speed. The fine range is $100 to $200 plus court cost.
Just enjoy this Almario clip until I cue up the part 3, guys. This is a doozy. This is funny.
On that failing to maintain financial responsibility, the fine range is $175 to $350 plus court costs if you had insurance on that date, which I'm assuming you didn't.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so we need to get some kind of plea entered for you today. How do you want to handle that? Do you want to plead not guilty, guilty, or
Oh,
no?
no, honey, I was guilty. I was guilty.
All right, so now I don't know what your insurance, okay, so it looks like there were some warrants issued. I don't know what happened, but it's okay. So you want to plead guilty on the felon to control speed and the no insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Let me, Ms. Denham, do I need to tell you that you can go? I don't know how that works. I hate for you to hang around if you don't need to.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Fine. Okay.
Technology is wonderful until it's not, right?
Isn't it that well? It's not so good for me, but I'm working on it. So okay.
Well, me too.
All right. So
okay, now besides that speeding ticket, I parked I ran out of gas right by the Globe News Center. And parked in a handicapped parking zone to walk up to Toot and Totem to get gas. And in that 20 minutes, my meter mate, the woman that does her job, ticketed me. So I did a virtual court with the judge.
Okay.
She deferred me. She fined me $100. I paid it that day, but it was deferred for 90 days.
Okay.
Then I had a wreck. So is that also in this? Judge, let me explain my background. I just found out I haven't driven in over a year since I went into life support for 14 days, and I just don't drive. I don't drive very much.
Okay.
And so I have a job. I have a full-time job. I'm a sous chef. I Uber everywhere. But last Friday, I was diagnosed with stage 3 chronic kidney disease.
Oh, gosh.
Now, with that, with all the medical treatment I have to have, Your Honor, I have to have a current ID card.
Okay.
And I do not have one. My license is expired.
Okay.
I need to do I need to find out what I need to do to be able to walk into a DMV and get a state issued ID.
Okay, well, and now that I don't, okay, so we got a lot of questions going on here. So I don't know, let me pull your cases up real fast. I can't tell you exactly what you have to do. That would be through the DMV and you'd have to find out, but let me get your case pulled up. Hold on.
Okay. And to be real honest with you, Judge, I'm putting it all out there on the line. Precinct 3 between here and Bushland, I believe.
Yes.
7 years ago, I had a speeding ticket that I never paid.
Okay.
So I have gone to.
Mr. O'Banion, you filed a pro se motion
to dismiss and remove counsel. Is that still, are you still wanting to be heard on that motion?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Watts, did you address this issue with Mr. O'Banion?
Your Honor, I have a copy of the request in front of me. I had a very brief conversation with Mr. O'Banion that he wanted to proceed with that motion. And that's about the only conversation we've had today.
All right, Mr. O'Banion, you're still wanting the court to remove Mr. Watts from the case?
Yeah, and just replace him with another counsel, please, if you don't mind, sir.
All right, well, Mr. O'Banion, Mr. Watts is a very experienced criminal trial attorney.
I mean, just, you know, I mean, I had asked him to put in for a bond modification. He just never did it, you know what I mean? And I mean, I even asked him if I can plea out to probation, and he basically just told me no, like it was no way possible. But like he found me guilty already, you know what I mean? Like I just don't feel comfortable.
Okay, Mr. O'Banion, you don't feel that you can work with Mr. Watts on your case?
I mean, not after I even try to fire him, I don't feel comfortable at all.
All right, Mr. Watts, do you feel that your relationship with Mr. O'Banion is to a point where you can no longer represent him?
Well, Judge, Mr. O'Banion clearly believes that's the case.
All right, Mr. O'Banion, do you have the financial resources to hire your own attorney?
What I was going to do is once, you know, because I'm also held on I got a federal hold, and that's not up until July 21st. And I was just going to bond out and go pay for my own lawyer. Once I can get my job, and because I already talked to a lawyer, so my family has. So I was just going to do that.
All right, Mr. O'Banion, I want to explain something to you. I don't appoint attorneys to represent defendants who I don't think are capable of good representation. Mr. Watts is a very good attorney. I understand the relationship seems to be deteriorated between the two of you. I'll appoint one more attorney for you.
I mean, I just don't want an attorney out of his office now that this relationship has been tainted. I don't feel comfortable with that. If you don't mind, Your Honor.
Well, it won't be another attorney from his office. We have a list of attorneys that we use if Mr. Watts has a conflict or it gets off of a case for other reasons. So I'll need to contact them and see if they're able to take the case, and they'll have to run a conflict check. So I'm not going to be able to tell you who your attorney is right now. We'll need to find out who's able to take your case, and then you'll be notified.
Yes, sir.
Ask questions that indicate.
Does the state wish to be heard, Ms. Norris?
So there is
No,
times
Your
where
Honor.
you could enter a guilty plea and
To May 22nd at 2:30. That's my next preliminary hearing control docket.
Yes, sir.
That hearing will be conducted by Zoom.
Yes, sir.
I will allow Mr. Watts to withdraw at this time, and then we'll look for another attorney to replace him, and hopefully that will be done in enough time for that attorney to be appointed and get some information and at least make contact with you prior to that next court date, Mr. O'Banion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of course, if you hire an attorney between now and then, you're always entitled to hire whoever you want if you can afford an attorney.
Yes, sir.
So, All right, Ms. Norris, anything else on this case from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. O'Banion, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. If there's nothing further, we'll be in recess on the O'Banion case. You are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it should be 2 and 8 months.
Oh yeah, 2. I'm sorry. Yeah. Two. I'm sorry. I said 3.
Okay.
2.
I'll move on. While you, again, I'd like you to continue to look up, find when the last time you had possession of the children without Miss Sombrero there. Do you agree with the state's calculation of child support in the amount of $242 per month beginning May 1st?
Yes, I agree. But
Yeah,
I
I just
also,
need to get
I'm
home,
already
so
on
2
child
weeks would be
support
more than
for a
sufficient.
kid.
Okay.
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 You understand that the state's calculation does
And
include
you are
credit
asking.
for one other child. So
okay,
the question to you is how many other children besides the 2 on this case do you have that are under 18?
1, sir.
Okay. And the state's already given you credit for that one. Do you agree with the state's calculation of medical support of $75 per month beginning May 1st?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I agree.
And do you have access to insurance through an employer?
No, sir. Right now I'm unemployed due to my situation.
Okay. And you understand that the state's calculated the child and medical support based on minimum wage presumption, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay. Do you agree with the state's calculation of retroactive support judgment in the amount of $3,464?
What is that? Back pay?
Essentially, yes.
Why would
So
it be back?
Let me explain a little bit. So Ms. Sombrero indicated that you stopped living together on or about December of 2021. So we have calculated from January 2022 through present child support of the 3,464. Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Okay. Have you made first of all, do you agree with that time frame? When was the
And
last
the
time that
reset
you
notice will
lived
go there.
together
That will have
with
the
Ms.
new
Sombrero
Zoom
and the children?
login
I
information.
don't
Okay.
think it was that soon. I think it was a little after that. I want to say January or the end of the late December. Yeah, so late December or January is when she moved.
Of what year?
Let me check because I'm looking through pictures. I'm sorry.
So just she said
really
December
are saying the same thing. She said about December 2020.
Yeah, so
January 2022. That's what she
yeah,
said.
by
That's what
January,
she's
yeah,
saying.
by January, because I got my furniture in late January, so it had to be January.
And since January of 2022, then have you made any payments to Ms. Sombrero?
Not physically to her, no. I haven't paid. I haven't given her anything.
Okay. Have you given her any diapers or clothes or anything for the children that was for her to take and keep for the children? That was not
for
a
Nala?
Christmas. Hold on.
Oh,
It was not a Christmas or birthday gift.
Can I speak now?
Yes.
For Nala, yes, I have provided for Nala. The little baby, she keep away from me, so I haven't like bought any diapers or anything like that. I probably bought some Similac, but other than that, no diapers, like no clothes. But for Nala, yes, I have been.
How much, sir? How much?
I can't roughly give you an amount. I bought diapers, I bought shoes, I bought clothes.
Need an amount. $300, $400.
I like 1,000 or something.
About like 1,000. How long have you been unemployed?
5 months, 5 to 6 months.
Okay. Did you pay any daycare?
Yes, man. I paid it twice, not once. I paid it twice.
And how much was that total?
2 something.
2 something. Not the. So she said 245.
Yeah, it was 2 something a piece though. I paid it twice. So
Okay. All right. Next question, Counselor.
I don't have any further questions. My understanding for the record is that calculation for the retro did not include credit for the 245.
Okay.
May I recall Ms. Sombrero to address why?
No, I mean, she's admitted 245 and I can just take 245 off. She admitted it was 245.
Mm-hmm.
You can go ahead and ask her why didn't you tell, I guess, the child support officer that it was 245? Because you
Right.
forgot, right?
Right. So, Ms. Sombrero, why did you feel that he should not have credit for the 245?
What do you mean he shouldn't have credit for the 245?
You stated that he paid 245 for the daycare payments, right?
Right.
Now, my understanding is that we did not give him credit for that 245 when we calculated the retroactive support. Is there a reason that he shouldn't have credit for that?
I don't know. I told him that he made that payment.
Okay. Then no further questions.
To answer your question about the last time I had my kids, when she was at work, and this was, let me look at the mic. I'll keep looking through our text message.
Needless to say, you could really probably stop looking for me. That means
You
don't get them enough. It took you a very long time. It's not like it's a pattern. You don't get them enough because you had to go back and look on there. Got it. I understand. All right. This is the ruling. Oh, ma'am, have you ever broken his glasses?
Yes, and that's because that day he broke my windshield.
Did you break his glasses first?
No.
Have you ever hit him and tried to jump out the car on March the 2nd, 2023?
I tried to get out the car. Yes, I did. Because he was hitting me first.
That's a lie. I was surprised.
Okay. All right, you both can go on mute. This is the ruling of the court. Mutual family violence, mutual non-disclosure. And no geographical restrictions. Sole managing conservatorship, the custodial parent will decide where the children reside, possessory, the non-custodial. FLP at this time for supervised visits, child support 245, medical 75, all beginning 5/1. There'll be a retroactive child support judgment in amount of $3,000 with a payout of 30, not 150. All beginning 5/1, court costs assessed to the father. 60 days from today's date. Disagree with my ruling, appeal my decision. You would have to file it yourself or hire your own private attorney. The AG's office would not assist with that. You both will receive a copy of the order for your records. You both are free to go and have a good day.
Hold on, Your Honor. For the child support, did he already drop? He did.
It's what you requested.
I think you had said 245, and I believe my number showed 242.
It's 242.
Okay, I thought you said 245.
I might have said 245. I'm not saying that I didn't, but what you pled for or asked for, 242 and 75. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
What's next?
I think Ms. Sagabi is ready on number 28.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. What's your question?
Why am I being charged for getting my own child off of a bus that the bus driver was trying to kill?
I can't answer that, but that brings me to my next question. Would you like for me to appoint you an attorney this morning to help you with this case?
Yes.
All right, so order.
If not, I have my family hire me one. If not.
Well, no. We just want to make sure you're not unrepresented while you're in the jail, okay? So we'll get somebody out there to talk to you this morning, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, take care of yourself.
Mhm.
Next, we have Christy Horton.
Days for sentencing, but if
well, we can go forward, but you're talking about the 10 days he's got to serve. I can postpone that till the time that's good for you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge.
If there is a time that's good for anybody for jail time, I don't mean to be facetious. I want to go.
We understand that it's got to be done. So.
All right. If nothing further, then I'm going to find, sir, you were pleading guilty today to paragraph 1 and true to paragraphs 2 and 3, which to paragraph 2, which has the 3 prior DWI convictions, which constitute a 3rd-degree felony of operating a motor vehicle in a public place while intoxicated. You were doing that voluntarily, knowingly, intelligently. There's sufficient evidence from State's Exhibit 1 supporting your guilty plea to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I now find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. of this offense, and I'm following this agreement. I find you guilty of paragraphs 1 and 2 beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm following this agreement. You were hereby sentenced to confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to serve a term of 10 years. That will be suspended. You were placed on regular probation for 10 years, and you shall be fined $500. There will be also terms and conditions of probation, which are normal and customary for this type of offense. A condition of probation, I'm sorry, this says a fine of $1,000.
That was his agreement, Judge.
Okay. Somebody wrote 500.
It was me.
Nice try.
I do what I can, Judge. I'm an
It's
advocate.
literally nickel and diamond.
I'm an advocate for my clients, Judge.
Ryan.
So I'm fining you $1,000, and that is part of the written agreement as corrected. There will be terms and conditions of probation, which are normal and customary, including you shall complete a DWI education program. You must serve at least 10 days in a county jail. Okay, this is the second time you have a felony. What happened on the first one?
It was 5 over 5, Judge.
I know, but see, the thing is he had to serve at least 10 days in jail. Let's say you served 10 days in jail. I don't know if you did or not.
He did.
That's the minimum. So the question becomes,
we're asking
why on a subsequent similar offense did you not get the message the first time? And why shouldn't I assess 180 days in jail?
Judge, we're asking the court not to do that. And we understand that you've got the power and the ability to do that. This obviously was
because it says at least 10 days. And 10 days is the minimum. I see y'all, you're arguing for 10 days, but it's not usual for me on a subsequent offense of the same nature to assess the minimal of any condition of probation, since here we are again, but go ahead. What else?
Well, Judge, I mean, there's a sort of some sympathetic reasons to do it, but
what states say?
I'll leave that at your discretion,
No,
Judge.
do you object to 10 days?
No, it was my recommendation for 10 days.
All right, then you will be assessed as a term of probation 10 days in the county jail. When are you able to
well, Your Honor, I got some business I'm trying.
When can you do it? Give me a date.
In about a month and a half.
Okay, in 6 weeks, you will be ordered on that Friday in 6 weeks. What is the Friday of 6 weeks?
June 9th.
June 9th, 2023, Friday, on or before 6 o'clock PM.
Okay.
You must report. In the evening. You report before then, and you'll sit in there longer, and then you will be ordered to pay 10, or ordered to serve 10 days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and that will be a term and condition of probation. And there will be other terms in probation that the probation officer will discuss with you. Do you understand what has happened today, sir?
Yeah.
If you fail on probation, your probation could be revoked and you could be sentenced up to 10 years in prison. So don't fail.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, just I checked Pacer about 5 minutes before the hearing began, and there's no record of a bankruptcy filing on Pacer right now, assuming that that we have the correct Social Security number, which I believe we do. So I don't know if possibly Ms. Shines is talking about a pending, a bankruptcy that's being discussed with counsel or something right now, but as of right now, it doesn't look like any such petition has been filed.
We have a notification here in our file in the Western District Court 23-00460. That's not accurate.
23
dash
dash
40460.
maybe we do have a transposed social security number or something, Your Honor. Okay, well, I guess, you know, if a bankruptcy has been filed, clearly we will be releasing the garnishment. And with respect to the tax garnishment, you know, obviously there no with respect to a wage garnishment, no future withholding should be.
Okay, people, thank you for waiting patiently. We are doing this right live. Thank you for waiting. People will come back in. I greatly appreciate it. Okay, here we go. So I jumped around a little because I have to get down. I'm gonna show the daughter. I'll show the daughter part. I'll release it later. But we're going to the next witness right here because I can't slow it down because I have it in a different recording file. So, and I had to speed it up. This is what we have to deal with. So we're not missing the bread and butter. It's this witness, his daughter as a witness, which is gold, and then her. So this is the bread and butter of part 3. Here we go, people, and I appreciate you hanging with me for the little technical. You like that little break. The halftime show was good. Here we go, people.
Happen, or she'd get he would say, hey, I left something for you in the back seat. When you leave, check your back seat. And it would be something from Tiffany's or Louis Vuitton or some extravagant gift. And they were really, really good friends. And he was still married at the time. And his wife was bedridden. I knew that she had had several strokes and she was incapacitated. And she was a friend to him during that time. She had no interest in things being romantic because she had a concern over the age difference, but he wooed her and wooed her and wooed her for so long. And it concerned me because it was as if he was trying to buy her, in my opinion. We had dinner together several times. We went to Blairsville, Georgia, to my father's home, and spent the day, the 4 of us. We went to Mr. Dixon's home and had dinner with them. I had them to my home for Christmas. My husband and I were at their wedding. We were the only ones at their wedding. I tried to help them find my pastor to marry them, and he wasn't available, so somebody else married them. But I was concerned over the on and off, and it would just be so devastating because when they would break up, there'd be no communication at all. He would just done, and she'd just be like, what happened? I don't understand. And so that was my biggest concern, was that she was going to get her heart broken. And I had a conversation with her before she married him because they were supposed to get married and it got canceled at the last minute. And she was humiliated. She was crushed. We were supposed to actually go that fall to Asheville, to the Grove Park Inn. The 4 of us were going to go. and we had reservations, and he broke up at the last minute, canceled our trip. My husband had already taken off work. So Alessandra and I went anyway. So, and just the two of us. And I talked to her on that trip and said, you've got to cut the ties. Do not talk to him again. Do not get back together. So they did get back together. They were going to get married, canceled it at the last minute. She had already sent invitations. She had already secured a place for their celebration dinner. And then they got back together again. And I said, Allie, I don't feel good at all about this. I think this is a problem. I don't think it's a good idea, but I love you. You're my friend, and I will support you if you feel like this is the way that you want to go. And she said, I do. And at that point I said, okay, I respect your decision. And, but I just have to tell you that I'm not comfortable with this. And so here we are now. Then there were a couple other breakups after that.
Have you ever witnessed any physical altercations between Mr. Dixon and Alexandra Moore?
No.
Was there a time that Mr. Dixon denied knowing you?
Yes. We had gone when well, let me back up first. I was walking out of church on Sunday, March, let me look at a calendar, March 26th. I was walking out of church and Alessandra called me, and we were still like in the lobby where there were people, and I didn't answer. And she called right back immediately. So I thought there must be something really wrong. So as we were walking out, I went ahead and stepped outside and I answered the phone, and they were having an argument. And she was trying to tell me, she wanted me to tell him about a conversation so he could hear it. And I did that. And we were talking, and I said to both of them, because he was trying to say it's not true. We were doing the back and forth again. And I said, you two need to get some space between you. You've had too much togetherness and you're not getting anywhere in this argument. I suggest you go somewhere or you go somewhere, but the two of you need to get away from each other, because this is going nowhere but spiral down to arguing. So she said, I think you're right. And they agreed, and we hung up the phone. So then the next day, she told me about the police being called when she went home the next morning. She had called me when she was going home the next morning, and she said, I'm going back and talk to John. And so she called me later and told me the police had been called. So she wanted to get her stuff out, and the police had told her, don't go back without calling one of us to go with you. And I said the same thing. Do not go back to that condo without having a police officer with you. It's not safe. I don't trust him. And so when she told me that she wanted to go Wednesday to get her stuff, she asked if we could help after my Bible study. So at noon, I met her, and I asked my husband to go because I didn't know. I had a bad feeling. So my husband went with me, and his name is also John. As we walked in, Mr. Dixon said, hey, John. And then 30 seconds later, he looked at the police and he said, who are these people and why are they in this house? Who let them in? And I said, John, you know exactly who I am. And he said, I've never seen you before in my life. And I said, John, I was at your wedding. We were the only ones at your wedding. And my husband had to tell me to stop, shut your mouth. You don't need to argue. And I went in and proceeded to help pack. As he hovered and watched over everything that we did. It was very uncomfortable. It was tense. There was no conversation going on with him. We were just moving as fast as we could to get everything that we could get out of her clothes. Everything that we would touch that wasn't clothes, he would question that she couldn't have. It was just it was a tense situation.
Did she take a key?
They gave a key to the property management company because he had changed the locks. And the officer had explained, you can't do that. She has to have, it's her home too. She has to have access to her home. So they gave a key to the property manager and explained they were going to give this key to the property management company downstairs or whoever they give it to. So, so that there would be another key, that someone had a key that could get in the condominium because he changed the locks.
All right, so she did not take his key.
No.
Is that correct?
Correct. We were just grabbing clothes, shoes.
Yeah. Has Mr. Dixon been attending your church since the ex parte TPO, the
Yes.
ex parte order?
Yes, which has made me very uncomfortable.
Had he been going to church before this? Had he been attending church before the ex parte orders?
The first time Allie came to church with me, when they were broken, during the time that they were broken up. And then they came together and then they broke up again. And then he came while they were broken up and then they got married and they came for a little while, but the last time they were there was Christmas, this past year, Christmas. And, because that was on their 1-year anniversary, they got married on Christmas Eve. So they were at church Christmas Eve and then they had not been back. Allie said, I asked why they hadn't been there. She said that he didn't like our church. Wasn't happy with the pastor and he didn't want to go. So that's why they weren't coming. So she said they had been watching church online. So after this happened, the very first Sunday after I was in his home with police officers that he claimed he didn't know me, he showed up at church. I was very uncomfortable with that, as he has accused me in writing of having a lesbian affair with his wife, which could be further than the truth, from the truth. And I felt very intimidated. So we have not gone for the last couple of weeks because of his presence and being there. But no, no, I've been on there for 17 years.
You've been going there 17 years?
And worked there for 7, yes, as the administrator.
Is there anything else relating to the subject of family violence or allegations of family violence between this couple that you have knowledge of that you think is important for the court to hear?
No, I've never known her to be violent in any way. I've never heard stories over the 10 years of any kind of violence with anybody. I feel like I have been on this train with them for a really long time, but I've never heard anything of any violence.
Did Mr. Dixon ever tell you that she was violent toward him?
No, I was the one that came with her to see you. When he referred to her friend, it was me. We were there because he was filing for divorce. It was not about an affidavit. And
did I advise that she get an affidavit?
No.
Ron, I hate to interrupt things, but I just heard the witness say, well, she described my client's testimony from earlier. I'm curious as to how it would have been that she would have heard that.
What part?
Ma'am, you gave testimony that you heard his testimony. All the witnesses were supposed to be sequestered. So how did you hear that?
I heard it from Allie when we talked.
Okay, go ahead.
What was the question, Karen?
Trying to remember what the question was. Court reporter, can you? Oh, the affidavit. Did I ask that an affidavit be prepared of any kind?
No. No, and I told her that she should not get back together with him with those accusations. And my concern was that if she got back together, that this would happen again. I didn't trust it.
Were you aware at that time that he had gone to the hospital and accused her of causing injuries?
I did not know that until we were sitting in your office and the attorney called while we were sitting there. I knew that he had injured himself from remodeling the apartment or condo because she kept complaining to me about that he was working so hard. He was there all day. He was doing all the work himself, that he was working way too physically hard because it was just him and one other guy, and they were doing big work like floors and cabinets and appliances and things like that. And she was concerned about him then. And because she said he had bruises. And I remember his hand was really, really bruised after they had been in Brazil. He had fallen in Brazil. So she was concerned that he was gonna hurt himself. He had fallen and his hand was huge, like a big swollen mess, black and blue, where he had fallen. And it had still been that way for a long time. And I commented about that. And he said, I'm on blood thinners. You just have to touch me the wrong way and I get like that. And so she was worried about all the physical work that he was doing when they were remodeling the condominium, because she wished he had gotten people to do it rather than doing it all himself.
All right, no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Your Honor, we would first move to strike the entirety of Ms. Trimble's testimony on the basis that the respondent has violated the rule of sequestration.
Based on what?
She shared the details. I mean, she said, I know he said earlier, or he said this. She very specifically described Mr. Dixon's testimony. We did have a lengthy recess, Your Honor, and it is very evident from the circumstances at hand, Your Honor, that Ms. Moore has violated the rule of sequestration.
All right, Ms. Heinsohn, your response?
I would like that part of the testimony played back. I don't think that I think that it is being mischaracterized.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to allow the testimony and I'll give it the weight that I see fit.
No problem, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Do you have any cross?
Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Do you have any cross?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Trimble.
Yes.
You testified that you have never had a romantic relationship with Ms. Moore, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Would it surprise you to hear that she has told Mr. Dixon that you were involved in a romantic relationship with her?
Yes, it would surprise me a lot because that's so not true.
After the March 27th incident, you testified that you spoke to Ms. Moore about returning back to the residence to get her personal belongings. Is that correct?
Yes.
You told her that you believe that it was not safe for her to go back and get those items. Is that correct?
Alone, correct.
All right. Have you ever heard Ms. Moore, has she ever told you that Mr. Dixon has ever been violent towards her?
No.
Okay, why did you tell her that it was not safe to get her personal items?
Because I felt like he would fabricate something as he did on Monday when she returned.
Fabricate something.
A story. Yes, I had talked to her when she went back on Monday morning after that Sunday. And she had told me about him calling the police and the accusations that were made, and that he had started screaming, help me, when she walked in the apartment. And I said, do not go back there alone. Have a witness. I don't think it's safe for you to go alone.
Right, and let me ask you some questions about the locks, the changing of the locks. You testified earlier that you received notification that the locks were changed, or?
No, when we were there, while we were there, in front of the police officers, the subject of John having the locks changed came up, that he had had the locks changed. And I was standing there when the police officer explained that the key he was going to give this key to the property management because they needed to have a copy of the key.
Right, and was this after the March 27th incident?
This was on Wednesday, the 27th. Is that the Wednesday of that week? When we moved her stuff out. The 29th. I'm sorry, the 29th.
Okay,
Monday, the 27th was when she told me that he had screamed, help me, help me. The police officers also told her not to go back alone. So we planned to meet at noon on March the 29th to go and collect her belongings.
Right, and then you testified you were helping her pack her belongings at that time when you returned back to the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so were you with her every second while she was packing her belongings?
Pretty much. She was in the bedroom and I was in the closet. We were right there. I could see her just about the whole time I was there.
So you can say with certainty.
Standing there the whole time.
So you can testify with certainty that she did not take the spare pieces in the box.
Yes, I can. Because I was standing there when the officer took it.
How many times have you been to Karen Heinsohn's office?
Twice.
When was the last time you spoke with her?
With Karen?
Yes.
Preparing for this today. Asking if
How
I
long-
knew.
When did you speak with her? When was the last time that you spoke with her?
I texted this morning and asked her if we needed to talk before we got together today.
How many times have you discussed today's hearing with her?
This morning when I said, do we need to discuss this this interaction?
That's the only time that you discussed today's hearing with her?
Yes. Today.
Is that the only time that you've discussed this hearing with her altogether or today?
All together. Because we didn't do anything last week.
What's up, Amazon girl?
Is there anyone in the room with you?
No.
Right. All right, nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
I don't think I have any questions.
Aaron, can I add something?
Yes.
This has shocked me in the way that my husband and I both were nothing but gracious and welcoming with both of them. When Alessandra said, this is going to be my husband, we spent the time on our Christmas Eve to go and stand with them in their wedding.
Jack, I don't see what the relevance of this is. We're here for a TPO today, Your Honor.
We had a friendship between.
Just one moment. Ma'am, I understand the need to say what is on your chest, but at this time I do have to cut it off unless Ms. Heinsohn has a specific question for you.
I don't have a specific question. I think.
All right.
I think moving on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony today, ma'am. You're excused.
I'd like to call Holly McMillan.
All right. That might be the Samsung. Oh, no, there's Holly. Okay.
So now Holly is Mr. Dixon's daughter, I presume.
Hello, if you could go ahead and unmute, please.
She's testifying against Dad.
All right, Ms. Heinsohn, you can swear your witness.
Just raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to help you God.
I do.
Please tell us your full name or your name and spell your last name.
It's Holly B. McMillan, McMillan.
And where do you reside?
1253 Manor Oaks Court, Dunwoody, Georgia, 30338.
And what is your relationship with Mr. Dixon?
He's my dad.
Okay. Have you ever known your father to make untruthful allegations?
I think of the word allegation. I definitely have experienced him being extremely untruthful in a lot of different ways. Yes, I would say he has allegations. Yes, yeah.
The plot thickens.
Has he made false police reports before, to your knowledge?
I know that he has made police reports. The one I saw, I don't know if it was false or not, but I know that he has been, I guess, prone to police reports in the past few years.
Is that something that was your dad's history before the
No,
lawsuit?
I would say all of this to me is unusual for him to be. I've never been involved in a legal case other than when I rear-ended somebody years ago, but this is all unusual for our family, for him.
Dad got rear-ended by her.
Yeah, to me, it's not the typical dad.
Okay. What has did you work with your father in his construction business?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I majored in construction science, and I started working for his company after I graduated in 2002. And I worked there full time until my first child was born. And then I worked from home for a few years, and then I just did less and less. But technically, I was involved with it until about a year ago, so 20 years.
Have you ever met Alessandra, his wife, in person?
No, ma'am.
Have you had contact with Alessandra during the pendency of their marriage?
She and I did not have contact until November of last year.
2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of that contact?
I actually am not, the first part I have to kind of guess at, but I had sent my dad a letter, and I think he may have forwarded it to her, and she reached out to me. And at first, she and I both were being kind of rude to each other, and that only lasted probably a few minutes. We were exchanging emails, and then she and I, emails were flying and texts were flying. It was the night before Thanksgiving, or the night before, and then she and I, over the course of the next day or so, said, I think we should just talk. And we ended up talking on the phone, and we started to just connect and share our different points of view, which we both realized, I think, that the other one, I had no idea. Her point of view was not what I thought it was. And she wasn't who I thought she was. So.
Has your father made allegations to you that Alessandra was physically violent to him?
Well, my dad and I don't communicate at all. And so, no. He told me she was crazy when I talked to him in February a year ago. I later found out that she had found out about his previous fiance, and I personally, I'd be kind of crazy too. I think I'd be really upset to find out something like that. And so, but he's always going to be the victim, and no matter what happens, no one else is ever the one that did something wrong. Somebody's always crazy or jealous, or we're all just, wrong. So,
Have you and your father over your lifetime had a pretty good relationship?
I think so. I feel like he and I were really close until the past couple of years. Definitely had its highs and lows. I've said that he was prone to mood swings, very type A, very difficult is the way I would put it. But I also loved him a lot, and I felt like we were close. I definitely trusted him and believed him. It was kind of like, well, he's difficult, but I love him, and just who he is. And then it all kind of crumbled over the past few years.
Do you have any? Does he have a close relationship with your children, with your family?
No. Honestly, I don't think he cares. I mean, I remember he used to sit here and say, after he stopped talking to my brother, just, I don't care. I don't miss them. And I know I can just hear him saying the same thing about my kids. It's been really hard for my kids, my girls especially, are 14 and 12, and they still struggle a lot. They feel they're heartbroken and angry. And at this point, there is no relationship. Last summer, one of my boys was in the ICU, and I had a question about insurance. I reached out to my dad, and he didn't answer my question. Maybe a month or two later, he said, sorry, I didn't know about what the answer was. But he didn't even say, I don't have the answer. Is everything okay? He could care less. And that, I think, was really eye-opening to me, just how do you not care? It's it makes no sense.
Were you working with your father in his business at that time?
Last summer?
When
No.
the insurance incident?
No, so he stopped paying me in February of last year and had asked me to keep doing different things for him, which eventually I said, you know, I'm not going to work for free. So in May, leading into June, I stopped doing anything work related. But our insurance coverage was, our new insurance was going to pick up at the end of June. There was like a month of double coverage, and I didn't realize that hospitals don't like double coverage because they both want, you know, it. So I had a question with insurance. I knew that it was going to be ending soon, and I just had some questions clarifying that.
All right. Do you have any information about how long your father has known Alessandra, or the nature of their relationship prior to their marriage?
Yeah, I mean, he was fairly open, I guess. Not at first. I found out kind of by accident in September of 18. And then he just said, when we talked about it, he just said, she's a friend. I went into her business. He spoke very highly of her. He said, she's this really nice woman. You'd really like her. She's very smart. She works really hard. And then that kind of evolved over the next few years. And he never ever said anything negative about her, ever. And but he was open about it. I mean, when he decided that he really wanted to marry her, he was very open with me. It was June of 2021, I think. He was at my house and said, I really want to marry her. And he seemed really clear about that. And then that fall was when he said, I'm intending to marry her. He was very clear about that.
Witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay.
Isn't it true that you did not approve of the relationship between Mr. Dixon and Ms. Moore at the beginning?
Not exactly. So my dad sent me an inappropriate text by accident, and that's how I found out about Ms. Moore. So the circumstances, again, it was 6 months after my mom's stroke. So the circumstances weren't exciting to me under the best of circumstances, sexy? I guess. So, and then when he did become engaged to Cynthia Evans in January of 2021, when he spoke to me about that, I clearly said, Dad, I completely understand you wanting a spouse, wanting a partner, not wanting to be alone. And he and I talked. I remember him sitting in my kitchen and I said, I don't want you to be alone. And I need to, in my mind, my sadness for mom is separate than you having the desire to be with someone. I tried really hard to be clear and support him and wanting that. I mean, I did not understand why he wanted to get married so fast, first with Cynthia, and then everything with Allie just seemed a little just back and forth and up and down, and his moods were getting increasingly, I don't know. And that fall, things really were not good.
All right. Are you aware that he's been transferring assets and cash to Ms. Moore?
To who?
Ms. Moore.
That he did when?
Are you aware that he transferred assets? He's purchased property and deposited large amounts of cash?
I guess I didn't think that much about it. When they decided they were gonna get married, he revised his will, removing me, and it sat on his desk, and I didn't even say anything about it. I figured he was getting married, so I guess it makes sense. And he did mention that he was buying a place at Aria, I think it's called. And again, that made sense. I mean, they were going to get married. They wanted their own place. He said, you know, it made sense to me to not want to live in the same house that I had been raised in. It didn't feel like a fresh start. So.
All right. You just testified that he removed you from his will. Is that correct?
Or I saw a copy of it.
All right, do you hold any animosity towards your father for removing you from his will?
Not for removing me from his will. I hold a lot of animosity for the monster he is. I feel sick. He is someone that I never knew. I mean, he is your worst nightmare. And he will sit there, he will fool every person in the room, every judge, every professional. He fools everybody. And it's really shocking when you dig deeper. I mean, you, Dad, you verbally assaulted me in a horrible way, horrible, on December 4th, 2021. Remember that? I mean, I have a lot of animosity for him because of who he is. And I feel like he faked my whole life, but I don't care about his will. I mean, it sat there for 2 months. I never said a word about it. I mean, clearly.
Isn't it true that he has provided you with financial support prior to removing you from the will?
It's called being paid. I had a salary because I worked for him. So I guess that would be it.
He has to pay for your children's private school education?
So he has helped with that. And he has been so horrible about it the past couple of years. That's not something I have ever in my life asked for. That's something he and my mom, when the first grandchild was born, they said, this is really important to us. We want to do this. I mean, they pushed it very clearly. And then he started out of the blue, decided he was going to end it. And then he changed his mind back the other way. He's gone back and forth, back and forth. And he has helped, but only when I think he feels like he's had to. But I mean, he's never going to help again. And I don't expect it, but to make it sound like he did something wonderful and magnanimous, he just did it to pat himself on the back and whatever. He does not care about the grandkids. I'd rather him treat them like the human beings that he has known since the day they were born than pay for school.
Have you ever had any disagreements with your father about your inheritance? Should he
about what?
About your inheritance should he pass away?
No, we never even talked about it.
You testified earlier that he's made false allegations in the past.
Yeah, I mean, well, pretty much anything that comes out of his mouth is a lie. I mean, everything he says. I mean, so I don't know. I mean,
has he ever made false allegations about being physically abused?
I'm sorry, you broke up.
False allegations about what?
Of being physically abused.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've never heard him say that he's been physically abused by anybody.
And you also testified that he's made false reports to the police, or there was any
I said,
false. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I wasn't sure if anything was false. I did see a report involving Cynthia when she was at his house. I don't know what was false or not false.
Are you aware of him making any reports to the police about physical abuse by anyone other than Ms. Moore?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
What has been the nature of your father's relationship with his sister, Pat?
So growing up, my dad had 3 siblings, and his dad passed away before
Sorry,
I
I
was born.
can't hear you. Hold on.
Yep. Sorry. Calling me back.
Are you objecting?
Yes, we are. We do not know the relevance of this, the line of questioning.
What's the relevance?
The relevance is that Pat testified about her brother, and I'm looking to get the daughter's take on the relationship between your father and his sister.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
Move on. Anything else?
No further questions.
Okay. All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony today. You are excused.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. You may call your next witness.
I'm calling Alexandra Moore. My
Here
client.
we go.
All right.
What's
Hold
up,
on
Mikey
one second.
boy?
Okay, go ahead and swear your witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, please tell us your name and where you're residing.
Alexander Moore, 4724 Cypress Commons, Atlanta, Georgia, 30338.
Okay, and please try to speak slowly.
You really need to speak up, ma'am. You're kind of very faint.
Yeah, you need to speak slowly and clearly and loudly so the court reporter can hear you. The site, your address was on Cypress Commons.
4724 Cypress Commons, Atlanta, Georgia, 30338.
So let me ask you, Ms. Moore, why did you file for a family violence protective order against Mr. Dixon?
I did because over the period of 4 years, especially the last 2 years, John has come after me and my business. First, he break up with me, and then he comes in my business. He show up at my gym and I feel intimidated. He comes and stays behind my garage when I'm about to leave to go to get a mammogram. And I tell him, please leave. And he would not leave. And that intimidated me. And because I feel that I have been definitely in a relationship where to all of you, this man here is John Dixon and I'm Alessandra Moore. To me, he was my baby D, the man that I love, that I took care, that I wash his clothes, that I cook for him, because that's me. That's how I learned to be. You know, so to all of you, this is just, especially for the ladies, with all the respect, they just met him. I know him for 5 years. Okay, so this started right here, very sad. And I have to be in this position. When this man met me years ago, I was a happy woman. I own a business for 12 years. I am loved in this city here. A lot of people know, Miss Karen know me from 10 years ago because she helped me with my wills and with my business. And one of her friends, who also is lawyer, has been my client for many, many years. That's how I came to Miss Karen. So I feel like I needed that protection from him more on emotionally side, because that's where he has gotten me. That's John, when we came from the hospital, I spent 5 days taking care of John after he had the surgery. I didn't know what to do. I go buy insurance for him. I go buy Gatorade. I give him water. I offer him all this stuff, food. I cook for him whatever he wanted. And I noticed that he was getting very, like almost dying in front of me, like getting very weak. And I went to the kitchen. I never forget, God, please help me. I don't know what to do. He's very stubborn. He didn't want to drink water. He didn't want to eat. God, what should I do? I went in the room and I heard, I'm sorry, all of you, if you don't believe in God, I am with God right here today. And here is my witness. And I said, God, what can I do? And I hear the Holy Spirit saying, oximeter, test his measurement on, and he was 88. Immediately, I know from COVID, because I never knew about oximeter before, that anything below 95, you have to call the doctor. And that was 88. So I called his clinic and she said, rush him to the hospital. Listen, thank God I go to the gym. I've been going to the gym for 20 something years. This man has taken everything away from me. This woman sitting right here, I used to have a business. Well, I don't have anymore. I used to have my job. I used to have an income. I don't have, and now he has all my furniture that I moved just a little bit 2 months ago into his house. And deep down, I said to my housekeeper who's been working for me, if he does something again, would you go and testify and tell that this furniture was all mine? You know what? I can only say one thing to you guys. I love John Dixon with all my heart. And he didn't start the first three years that I was friends with him, because he a year older than my dad. I told him, you're older. Even he used to say, yeah, I don't check the box for you. I'm not young. I used to date a guy, Mark Reed. He's super rich, has a lot of things. He's trying to put me in a position now. I used to have 2 Mercedes. Go look at my life. You all go look who I am, because I feel like I've been quiet here and listening to all his lies, and I have to be really quiet because yes, I am Brazilian. Yes, I'm Latin. Yes, I am emotional. And yes, I do not like people that are dishonest. I have been abused, emotional abuse. I would like to just finish with this. When I told John 4 days before he kicked me out of the house that I wanted a divorce. And Your Honor, the reason why I wanted the divorce, because I brought him home after taking care. He said I was there for 2 hours and dressed all beautiful. I always like to dress beautiful for him. He wanted me to be beautiful for him. That's how he wanted me to be. But before him, Alessandra Moore, I always bought in Saks Fifth Avenue, Nordstrom. My salary, you know, from my accountant, that was $75,000 a year, every year, plus the benefits that I have for having been the business owner. I have nothing at this point. I brought him home that day from the hospital. I was there in the hospital every afternoon for 6-7 hours. I have one ticket here, show it to you, right? 7 hours I was there next to him, taking care of him, loving on him. I can't understand how a man can be like that. But one thing, after watching a lot of videos later about people who have this kind of behavior, I came to realize, you know, I was in an abusive relationship. And I didn't know. What he said to me when I bring him home, first of all, he wants a sandwich or something. And I said, okay, where? Wendy's. He started giving me the direction of how he wants his sandwich. And I interrupted him and says, let me finish, let me finish, let me finish. And I just want to say, that was my life also. He lies and he yells a lot, not just at me, but at his daughter. And I only knew that now ever since I started knowing her. I know he was making his daughter always looking bad, and I thought she was the one who wanted money. No, he's the one who uses money to buy people. And you know what? The lady Cynthia didn't want to be here today because she's so terrified about him. But I'm here speaking for me today, and I'm speaking in the name of Jesus because he gave me the strength. I've been 27 days away from our house. I was the one who was left out of the door with my old furniture in there. If you want to know, Your Honor, if I'm not sad or if I don't feel stupid, yes, I feel. You know why? Because I was that woman, a businesswoman who makes her money, who drives her Mercedes on her own and believe in him. And I believe the only reason why I believe in him, because I was lonely in the city. And none of you can know what is this. All of us, it's racism we have to deal with every day. It is the language that we don't speak so well. I mean, we have to deal with so much. And John came into my life, like everybody said, giving, showering me with gifts, showing me attention, telling me how much he cares for me. And yes, at first he was not into me like a man that want to be with a woman. He was just a friend. I helped him to find Maria that works for him at his house. I knew a lot of people. I was there for him when he felt lonely on the weekend. And yes, at the time I met him, I was engaged. And then he came back to my business to get Brazilian body wax for male. So do not lie, because I will bring it here whenever you need, Your Honor, because they have to check these people, my clients out, and that's what he gets, Brazilian for male. And I always thought, what he wanted that, you know? And then later, I watched John Dixon. Or you're gonna say no, because I'm bringing Juliana Carvalho, the woman that I sold the business for $4,000. You know why? Because I didn't care about the money. I care about the clients that I have that is in this town. They are lawyers, they're beautiful people. You know, and I sold for $4,000. What I did with the money, John Dixon.
I'm trying to let her finish. I've got to object at this point for responsiveness of the answer and the relevance there too. I'm just not sure how long this is going to go.
The lawyers are laughing. Look at that lawyer in front. She's got a smile on her face.
I don't understand.
Just talking away. If you could go ahead and ask the questions of your client rather than the narrative.
Okay. Did John Dixon break up with you multiple times during your relationship? 3 times during 2021, breaking my heart because I loved him. At one point, after 3 years, this man was after me, showing me love, showing me respect, showing that he cared for me. I never saw this monster side like his daughter mentioned. I saw it for the first time in 2021. How can you break up with somebody 5 days prior to the wedding, which was the 3rd time, and then you hear that from who? From the realtor. A realtor called me and said, he's not buying anymore the house. Do you know what's going on? I call him and he says, yes, I don't think I want to go ahead with this. And then I went to Portugal to visit the family because Alessandra sempre traveled to France, to Portugal. I work, girls. Both of you who heard her, just his side, I work and I work really hard. I raised a daughter in this country and I gave my best to her. She is a financial, but she was.
Let me interrupt you. Ms. Hines, your next question.
Excuse
Okay.
me.
She wants me to ask you questions.
Okay.
All right. So what has he, you said, all right, so what has he threatened you with? Esther? Like.
Objection.
What's your objection?
Leading.
All right. I'm gonna overrule the objection. Go ahead with your question, Ms. Heinsohn.
Okay, so do you feel like you have been threatened by Mr. Dixon? And if so, describe what you feel like was threatening. I think the biggest threatening in my life is to have had, and I don't know if I can call this a trend, but I feel like my life with John has been crazy, as back and forth. I lost everything. And that's the biggest thing for me. John yells at people, and sometimes when we start an argument, I can never win yelling at him. He will yell at me like to the roof. And I would like to address the day I came home after spending the night in a hotel. Can I say that? So the day he always used to say, "You're mine, you're mine." And I say, that's so good to be someone, right? My mom, my dad, my family live in Brazil. We're a loving family. My parents also been married for 53 years. So the day I came home, he was with the door jammer, which he never cares about door jammers, was from my house. And I had to really knock a little louder because he would not listen to me. He was listening to music. He came, he opened the door. And as soon as I walk in, you have 10 minutes to leave my house. I'm gonna get half of your townhouse. I'm gonna get half of your money in a bank, and I will get all this furniture. And he goes like this. And the day I went there on March 29 with my friends to get my stuff, first thing I want to do is to go look for my files, because John knew I have files that dated my furniture that I bought at our house, very expensive, and pay payments, installments, because I don't have that much money, but I have some. And let me finish, please. I heard everybody. I'm saying my story now with God's grace that I'm saying.
Wait.
Because I have no straight.
Was there an objection made?
No.
Okay, I'm hearing different background noise. Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, so I got home and he said he'll get everything from me, and actually that's what he wants now in this divorce. Everything. It's like my father said yesterday, we had him in Brazil, we treated him with love. He fell there. We all were kidding, helping him. And now he gave you those things that he gave because he wanted, and I never asked him. I never asked him for anything, Your Honor. He did things for me because he wanted to do, because that's the way, that's his love language. That was not mine. My mistake in life was having love in John with no restriction, with not seeing for what it is. I became involved in this first, in this love bombing. And then the next thing, I was in this trauma bond where he pull and push and pull. And every time he came back, he said, I love you so much. Look, I'm going to do this for you now. That's what it is. And I think, I don't know, I think he really, I don't know, but I end up learning from him and believing in him that this man loves me. Yes, I had more marriage than I would like to have had, but he forgot to tell all my story because he knows I was always vulnerable. I got married at the age of 16. I had my daughter's 35. I'm 52. I'm not a child. I might be younger than John, but nowadays there's lots of women out there all the time you see with the difference in age like we have. And John is pretty much a man to me in every way. Actually, his business was still active and he finished the last business in Memphis. We went last year, I went with him on the weekend and he just finished his last business. He's fully capable. He is not this man that's trying to show to everybody now. And the only reason he's sitting here today is because he decided on his own to buy the area, Manhattan, and put my name on it, and half of his money in the account would be mine. So he is worried and he's concerned about money. That's all his motive today here. And he knows, and God knows, and I would say, how can you go to church on the weekends and intimidate my friends? That's it. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as More 5, Exhibit 5. This is the email that was previously presented but not entered into evidence, and ask you if you recognize this email.
We don't have any objection to it, Your Honor. I'll go ahead and throw that out there. We did have an opportunity to look over that.
And I have
All right, I'm going to admit it without objection then.
Yeah,
This is the email that you were tendering earlier?
Yes, it was more Exhibit 5, the email February 14th, 2022.
Okay.
And just for the record, briefly, my client did have an opportunity to review that over the break, and he has since verified and acknowledged that he does know what that is, so we don't have objection.
All right, thank you.
All right. It's just very sad that him and we travel. He asked me to stop working and quit working just because of one reason. He wanted to be, we are in different stages in lives, right? He is retiring and I am still 52, I need to work. And he said, honey, we can travel. I can take care of you. I will take care of you. And then I said to him, that 100,000 that he said he gave it so I would take care of him in case he would be sick. That's a lie, because guess what, girls? I did have access to his money, Your Honor. I did have access. I didn't need that 100,000. He said that just so you feel comfortable because I want you to travel with me. By the way, we went to Portugal last year. I took him. We spent a month there. How can I ever have spent a month in any place if I didn't have his support and him married to me? Because I only quit my job and I sold my business after 3 years of being, pushing into this life that he could give it to me. And not to forget, and thank you, Jesus, for reminding me, on 2020, his wife passed away May 29, if I'm not mistaken. On June, John was asking me to marry him. And I walk away from him and I said, I don't want your credit card. It is your credit card that I never spend much because he's controlling. He doesn't say, go and buy things. He want to go with me and buy for me. I never use. If they look and track what I did, maybe creams and things like that, I never felt comfortable for him to buy anything for me. But 2020, in June, I walk away from him, and that's when he met Cynthia that year, and he ended up engaged with her because I told him, I always saw you as my best friend. I cannot really be married to you. I feel like I spent, Your Honor, I spent 12 years of my life working hard, single, because I know the mistakes I made it before. I know I rushed too fast into things, sometimes for different reasons. And it's not to none of you judging me. That was my past. I had a daughter to raise. I had a life to live. Yes, that was not how you say, they try to say now in my divorce that I tried to get something. My citizenship is fake. Come on, people. I got my citizenship in 2003. I have had plenty of chances to have married other people, and I did, the other two, and they could have given me the green card and the citizenship. I love this country. I'd do anything for this country. I love police, I love law, and I love to live a life that is regulated by them, not by me. This is the first time in my life that I have to be, and I never thought I would have to do that. John Dixon, sometimes, last year he was in a lawsuit, and his son claimed that, I'm not gonna get into details, there's a lot of dirty business there. Maybe you guys should all start looking more into his life and understand that right here, just sitting a woman that is a hardworking woman, and I'm very thankful for all Americans that gave me this chance to be here and make my life better. I'm never going to regret, and I fight for this country anytime. And John knows my ethics. Otherwise, why he would keep coming back to me? Deep down, this man knows who I am, and he should feel ashamed now. You should feel ashamed to have put me through this because you want your money. Okay, we could have talked. I'm not into money. I gave it all to you back in February last year. Okay, I didn't need to be here, but now, sir, I'm the one who doesn't have a business, doesn't have a job, and also don't have an income, much less my furniture. I'm sleeping on the floor and a mattress that Laura helped me to buy. Okay, because he cleans the account. He just don't want me to have nothing. Credit cards cut off, account $1,000 there to pay bills, and I had not even access to that anymore. So, I think I said that if you have any other questions for me, and I would like to say I'm sorry to you in front of them, because you told me that you only took this case, you don't like this kind of thing anymore, trials because of your age, but you know me for so long, for 10 years, and you did because of that. And I want to thank you, and I thank God for having you here today. Thank you. Okay. And you told me many times, multiple times, you told me, do not marry him, I'll go with him. I mean, do you deny the allegations of physical violence that your husband has made against you?
I deny.
Do you do you, are you being truthful when you say that you are physically afraid of him?
I'm not physically, I'm more like emotionally afraid of him. I don't want him around me because I have such a soft heart for his in my heart. You know, John was a friend who became well, first he was a client who became a friend, who became a best friend, and then he became my husband. He's my family. This man is my family, was my family. I don't want to ever. You asked me the other day, if I defend on you, I don't want to defend. I don't like this kind of thing anymore. But if I defend, would you ever go back to him? And I said no, because I put you already how many times last year? His third lawyer, and then he comes and turns around and he wants divorce again, and then you here and you said to me, Alessandra, I'm a serious lawyer. I've been doing this for 40 something years. If you want divorce, you didn't even answer my message, Karen. Remember, I was texting you. Okay. But
let's talk about the family violence. Did I ask you to have him prepare an affidavit?
Never. Actually, Dr. Major, we went to, because John, he doesn't respect me. You know, I understand it because I said, John, you know, I don't like for you to look a woman in front of me. But he says, I'm a man. I just, how can you not look at that breast? How can you not look at that? Sorry, yes. You know, and that's a friend of mine that he did. And that really hurts. And I go like, why? Why is that? And he never changed his behavior because that's who John is. And what is the question? Because I got
the question was about the affidavit.
The affidavit came. So I went when he and I, in November last year, were separated. I went back to Dr. Major, who was a man who was helping us, a psychologist, to navigate to this culture thing. Because for us Brazilians, if I'm married to him, I'm going to be faithful to him for the rest of my life. Yes, I have past. Yes, I have boyfriends. Yes, I had relationships. But you know, I'm married to John. And John, when John is good, John is wonderful, but when he becomes me, I never seen anything like that. So yeah, that's it. You know, I don't know if did I answer you, honey? I'm so tired. I haven't eaten at all. I haven't slept at all. This is 27 days of my life. I lost already 5 pounds. I mean, I cannot believe I'm going through this. I just cannot believe I'm going through this. This was my best friend. When she was supposed to finish the hospital thing, when we came home that day after he yelled at me at Wendy's, I was like, you know, hurt inside. Why he talks to me like that? We got home and he yelled again, and so why you talk to me like this, John? I've been taking care of you. I'm nice to you. Why? You know, I really do. I cook, I clean. That's who I am. I love it. He's my husband, and I was a housewife. Yes, for the first time in my life. So he looked at me, well, from now on, you don't need to bring me water or anything anymore. Okay. He was not able to walk from that bed to the bathroom. I was the one getting up in the middle of the night, that's afraid, because I saw him going like this, because he was going down as far as his blood count. We didn't know. Actually, I called the clinic twice. Friday, I called them because I already thought, but then we measured everything was okay. Things got a bad turn over the weekend. I ran with him to that hospital. He kept saying, no, I don't go to the hospital. I'm not going to.
Let me interrupt you for a moment, Ms. Moore. Ms. Heinsohn, I think you need to kind of hone this in a little bit, just so that we can stay focused.
How the injuries, first of all, there's been testimony he's on a blood thinner. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And the injuries that he has photographs of that he has presented, did you cause those injuries?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not in a million years I would do that to him. He was there in apartment Manhattan working hard with a man called Cosette. Actually, I sent it to you. You're not using today. The painter came to my house another day. I spoke with him, and I can send it to you if you guys want, where they said that he was working very hard. And
I'm gonna stop her there. I can't allow the hearsay. Sorry.
Your objection is to hearsay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection.
No problem. All right, so Do you know how he sustained you say you did not do the injuries. Do you know how he sustained the injuries? Well, first of all, I told him, go to the hospital, go check, because when he dropped that granite, it was not just the drop that he dropped a granite, he dropped a toilet, the toilet is there cracked in an apartment. He was doing a lot of physical work. And John is like this, if you touch like this, he's already gets bruised. You know, I mean, he isn't his age, like you guys like to say age. I never saw John after past the 3 years period, his age or anything. To me, he's handsome, he's beautiful, he's, you know, was a charming man. And I feel very sad that to me was my last marriage. I feel very sad that we are here. But from time to time, John has a need to just go, leave me, you know, because I don't have any other, and I try to understand why. I try to understand, but no, I have never caused those bruises in his arms, nor in what his ankle that he said. I don't even know what happened when that happened. He told me he came home. I kept saying, John, why don't you hire somebody? Why don't you? Because you know it's heavy, and he was still healing from a fall he had in Brazil. I mean, it's my word, like I said in that video, it's my word. And the only reason I did that video, because when I came here last November, he was already accusing me, remember? Mm-hmm. So I said, you know what, when I came back from Brazil, because I was in Brazil the whole time, he was calling me, baby, come home, I love you, come. I can't wait to see you again. Being John, because when I finally find some strength in Brazil is my tire, just like Gone with the Wind. I go home and I feel strong again. And he keeps asking me to, when I came back from Brazil, he was there at the airport. And I even said, John, so good to see you, you know, because I still love him. You know, I was so happy that he was there for me. But I said to him, because of all these things that's going on, the accusations, I want you to do something that, and that was Dr. Major who suggested. He said, you should have that. I called Karen and she said she would not do it because she said that would not be, you know, or she would not do it. She didn't agree with that. I guess I cannot speak for you, but you told me no. And you didn't talk much with me after since because she got upset that I was back with John. And now I regret too. I regret very much because you know, I didn't have to be here. Look at our days here. His day, he's 77, but he's going away from here today. He still has his money in the account. He's not sleeping on the floor. He got all my furniture that he knows I worked so hard for my whole life.
Okay, we're going down the same path again. We're repeating. So
yeah.
Any other questions, Ms. Heinzen?
Mr. Dixon made multiple allegations, said you had hit him in the face and broke his glasses or damaged his glasses. Is that true? No, I did one time. I will say this once, but I have to tell the whole thing. This is not just part pizza and pizza here of you know, a little bit here. Once last year, as we were leaving this Capitol Grill that we already talked about today, and I was walking to the car and I started crying. He said to me, hit me. He, at his request, I really did something like this when I was getting in the car, and I'm not going to deny what I did. And the reason why Saturday, which was I think October 15th, I'm not sure if that's the dates, doesn't matter, but it was a Saturday, and it was around that time, I think it was October 15th. We ran into Elena, a friend of mine who works at Seasons 52, knows me for 12 years too, and when she went to pick up something on the floor, he was like this, which is not the first time I seen. He looked at his own family, somebody in his family, he knows who it is, married to his nephew, and he knows. So I said, John, why you do things like that when we walk away? Say, I don't know. I'm a man. I can't control. So that day I took him back home and I went and I got something to eat. The very next day, John invited me to go to Capitol Grill. We were not talking. He slept in my guest room at the time. He was living in my house. So next day we went to Capitol Grill and I had an opportunity to again explain and address to him how I feel when he look at a woman and I said, I love you so much, honey. You know, we have so much that we can do together. Why you do things? I agree. We do have this here, Karen, him telling me last year when I was in Brazil that he was looking for a hypnotist or something like that would help him to stop it and break with that habit, because I'm not naive. I know men look,
But you know what? Just don't have to be that obvious. So as we were leaving, after having a great dinner, great time, we both had been drinking. As we were leaving the this Capitol Grill, there was this woman on the right, and he looked at her 3 times. Her breast was really revealing. And again, he said to me, you know, I can't help it. Did you see the size? It was kind of like a joke. He knows what I'm talking about. So we were walking. I start crying at that point because you know what? I'm giving my life. I gave back everything to him. This is my husband. This is not John Dixon. This is my baby D. My baby D right there. Okay. So yeah, when I got in the car and I was getting myself adjusted and I was crying, he said, I know you don't deserve this. You can hit me on the face. And I guess at that point, that was the only time I ever hit John Dixon. I never hit John Dixon ever before or after, and he wants to use that against me, okay? And I mean, it's like he said in that record, it's going to be my word against his word. And I just hope that God does it justice.
Did, so it was like a slap, was it a slap or a punch or what?
Was slap, you know, when
slap
he got
on the
upset
face.
like this fast, and he himself, he asked me that. Didn't you ask me? You did.
All right. Deny kicking him,
Against me,
punching him,
okay? And I mean, it's like he said in that
hitting him in his sleep, the other allegations he's made about physical violence during your relationship.
I deny. Actually, I'm very surprised what he said at the report, that he's afraid of he going to sleep and I hit him or he wake up. I was the one every day taking this man, you know, fruits and whipped cream and ice. We watch our movies. We had a good life. When it was good, like I said. You know, it was not always bad. Unfortunately, things turned. I know his motive. Again, I'm going to repeat. John has, in his mind, he thinks he has a lot to lose because he's thinking I'm after his money. All I want my life back. I want to be able to get up in the morning again and be able to go out there and work because I don't have a job. And Your Honor, I'm 52. He's 77. He doesn't need a job. Now I need a job. I need to continue fighting for my life. And I was eluded. He false promises of taking care of me. False promises, and yes, I was naive. I believed that's my bad.
Did you ask him to put your name on the condos? Or put your name on his bank, his UBS account? Did you ask him to do that?
No, John asked, actually Jenny Brown, that lady, one day he called Jenny Brown. We were in Highlands and Jenny Brown talked to me and talked to him, you know, and yeah, he said, I want to take care of Alessandra. We're getting married now. Would you do this? And she needed to know some information about me. I think like John wants to be a provider. He was a provider for his first wife, and I think he wanted to be a provider for me. I know, in a sense. I mean, I just don't know where things went crazy because it did go crazy, you know. And I never asked John to put any property in my name. He did it on his own because he decided maybe this is what you do when you're married. You know, he didn't want to live in my house, and I didn't want to live in his house. So we started looking for a house where we could call ours. You know, this was not my house where he lives, living with his wife. My house was not his, and also my house has big steep stairs. And because he fell in Brazil, I felt very worried that he could fail again. He suffers from benign tremors, which is benign, but he does shake a lot. So another thing that I was very concerned when he was doing the remodeling an apartment, because he does suffer from these tremors. Yeah, what else?
And the recording that was played in evidence earlier, where you asked him if he dropped the granite on his foot.
Right. Because I mean, at that point, I knew he already was telling everybody that I beat him up. That was when I was in Brazil when I first heard from Holly, his daughter.
Okay. The affidavit that he has testified about that he did in December. Did you write that affidavit or give him the language for that?
So I cannot write very well. I can speak better than I can write.
Okay.
But I remember that was the conversation about the affidavit, you know, it first started before I went to Brazil, and I went to the psychologist, and he said, you should get this from him. Then when I got back from Brazil, I said to him, I will not have you leave with me again if you don't do that. And then he did that on the 6th, December 6th. And then on December 9th, I started having a conversation with him, and I told him I'm going to record this, you know, because I wanted to have this also something to prove that I did. And that I feel like if I was him, I would be ashamed and embarrassed to be here today and accuse me of touch, you know. But, you know, he has his motives.
Was that the recording that has been entered into evidence?
Yes, December
9th.
And it was, he said earlier today that at that point I was trying to make him make an affidavit. Well, that was already done. I had that already in hands. On hands, I guess.
The day that he called the police, March 27th, 2023, did he have any injuries?
No, the police officer, he came, I was in the room, and John, well, first of all, that day when I came into the house, after him telling me that he was going to get everything from me, and he had his finger on my face like this, and so you imagine I walk into this house now, okay, again, the nightmare is going to start, but this time I'm not in my house, I'm in his house, and my furniture is here, and I said, stop it, he goes like I never seen anything before. He goes like, help, 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 help. I don't know if it was medication that he was on because he was in the hospital, took a lot of oxycodone for pain. I don't know, but I never seen actually him acting like that, you know, because that was like, you're lying, you know, I'm not even touching you. And then I remember that as he was on the phone with the 911, he came and he put his head, and I was in my room, and there was the hallway, there's a little hallway, and he was far up from me. He says, did you drink? Have you been drinking? First of all, he drinks every night, 3 glasses and a half of Chardonnay. I said, John, you know, in the morning, I'm always go to the gym. I drink wine too with him, of course. We both did as a socialization and now having fun. But to ask that question in the morning, and then he goes, do not hit me, do not hit me. Actually, the video that you guys play at the beginning, that video, there's 2 different days. The day I told him to stay in the bathroom and not come in dirt, make my bathroom dirty, that was different from the day that he said, don't hit me, don't hit me. That was the day he was actually, how you call when somebody is trying to act? Because I was not even close to him. I was in my room and he was on the phone with the police officer. I mean, with the 911.
911.
Mm-hmm.
And did you try to punch him? Did your ring hit his tooth?
Never punched John. I believe I spoke with Holly about that. Probably he has a little tip because he was in a hospital. He had a surgery, they put tubes, but I never touched John, and he knows that. I was in the house, yeah, and being accused of doing that.
When the police, what was he telling you when after he called the police that day, when you showed back up after?
Well, one thing I never forget, he 10 minutes they're gonna be here, in 3 minutes they're gonna be here, like really scaring me. And of course, at one point you feel like I never been in that situation. I'm an immigrant. I know how they treat us here sometimes. But you know what? I had that voice again that says, stay put, stay still. You did nothing. And I stayed still. And I was there waiting because I didn't do anything, you know. And then that was the police officer came, Officer Shaw came in the room with me, asked a few questions, went back there with him, took pictures. He was not scratched, he was not red, he was not bruised, he had no marks because that never happened. That was all part of his show to come against me now with this divorce and get everything from me, because now he wants not only for me to don't have anything, but give back what he has given because you want to give it. Part of his decisions in the past, not me forcing him to give me anything. He wanted to give. He did what he did, and I'm very thankful. I'm very happy when he did. You know, I was happy, but I also would like to say one more thing here. When he bought me that, and I will say this for the last, because I know this is getting long, even for Your Honor. When I got a phone call from John about the Mercedes, that was 2021. John, that week, he was going to have a surgery. How you say carotids? The carotids was 80% congested. And then he says to me, come here to Mercedes, I'm looking for a car, I want to buy a car. And I said, oh John, I'm home, I work hard, you know, I'm on my feet 5 days a week. I don't want, you are my friend, please come over, I want to show you something. And I went there and Jerry picked his name is Jerry Peak. One of his girls actually was my client, just coincidence. He says, he's giving to you, take it. I said, no, can I have 3 days to think? If this man don't say the truth, then we're living bad times. I said, no, can I think about it? Because I had at that point I had just Toyota, and I was happy with that, I forgot the name now. And I was happy with that. And he said, but he's giving to you, give me 3 days. Then I went home, John called me. I will tell you why I want you to have this car. You have been such a good friend. You have done so much for me. And down on me. If I die, something happened to me during this surgery, I have never given you anything substantial. I would like for you to at least not have to pay for your car anymore, not have a car payments. That's when I said, oh, but I didn't know you have a surgery. Why you didn't tell me? And we went there 3 days later, and then he purchased the car for me. But that was just his decision again, not me asking him, not me. And that's it, Your Honor. That's the truth about everything. I cannot be more honest.
What about John testified that you didn't want him to be around his family or were isolating him. Tell me, we have, well, tell me first of all, did you want to be around John's family or did you not want to be around John's family?
Well, John never was around his family. He didn't have a relationship with his family. So to me, having a relationship with his family was about to him. I know the relationship I have with my family. He saw when he went to Brazil. I love my sister. When he said that I used the money, like the money that I got, $4,000, I gave to my sister. She has cancer. She's very sick in Brazil. And he also helped my sister.
Just answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, in the interest of time, the audio recording does not relate directly to family violence, so I'm just going to leave that. I'm just going to leave it alone.
Good idea.
Yeah, it addressed the audio is about basically rebutting his allegation.
Okay,
that
I really don't need to hear a lot more. This has gone way far. Let's take a break. I have 10 more cases coming in I think 5 more cases rather at 4 o'clock. I need to check those guys in from the jail. I'm going to give y'all a break and then I'll come back to you. Okay.
Here we go. I got it queued up. Thank you to KCC and Viking. My people on it. Let's rock and roll. We got it all queued up, baby.
No, at the gym, maybe I talked to Frank, which is my best friend, who is my friend before John came into my life, but he cannot admit or accept that I have anybody. How can you go to a gym for 12 years and not be able to say hi to your friends that you have been saying hi for 10, 5, 8 years? So I asked, excuse me, let me just finish. I just asked for prayers. That's all I asked.
So let's talk about the number of people that you've had discussions with about your conflict in your relationship with Mr. Dixon. Would you say that's more or less than 20 people over the last 2 years?
Less than 20 people. Your Honor, I don't see the relevance of this. I don't
either. What's the relevance?
I'm getting there.
Get that, please.
That's fine, okay. All right. Ms. Moore, you have a recording earlier that you played for us, and it's about 8 minutes long. You'd agree with me that in that 8 minutes, there's about 6 or 7 times you are specifically trying to get Mr. Dixon to agree with things as you narrate them or explain them, correct?
I don't think I did 6, 7 times. I want to make sure that he would say that I did it because I didn't cause that in his foot or his ankle. So I just want to, I'm coming from someone who was already accusing me back in November. And my soft heart allowed me to get him back in my life when she told me, do not do that. My friend said, don't, and that's why we are here today. Had I heard my friends, I would not have been here today. So no, you're trying to make me almost like agree with you that I have hurt this man. I've been asked already by Karen. I said what I did. It was that situation in the Capitol Grill, and after 2 incidents, one day, Saturday, another day, the very next day, right when we were leaving, he does that again. And yes, that hurt me. You know why it hurt me? Because I'm a good wife to him. I'm faithful to him. There's nothing that you guys will ever find about this woman here that I've been unfaithful. I love John. John was my baby D. I want you to repeat this.
Well, I'm gonna give you plenty of time to explain your answers, but I'm gonna ask you questions. Let's try this. You give me a yes or no answer, and if you need to explain, you can explain that answer, but try to keep it on topic, because I know Judge Dow has other things to do today. So my question for you, ma'am, is that recording, that 8-minute recording, one of the things I did not hear was I did not hear you ever say, John, I didn't hit you, did I? You agree with me, you didn't say that.
Well, to me, hit or beat is the same thing. I've learned from him talking to me over and over and over about this whole situation of what happened last year. Yes, I hit him, but I thought the hit and beat was the same thing. But he said to me no last year in November.
You hit him, right?
I mentioned here, yes, one time. I already said.
Now, back in October, we have these photos, and there's bruises all over Mr. Dixon's arm and his ankle, and your testimony under oath is that you did not cause any of those injuries.
I do.
All right, and your testimony is also that you have no idea where else they would have come from.
I do know. I think he dropped things. He was working hard in the apartment. He was hurting himself. And I said to him plenty of times, John, be careful. Why don't you hire somebody? Just like the painter said another day. He wants to be cheap. He causes a damage in the apartment, leaking downstairs. That was 50-something thousand to fix because he and his other man was trying to do a whole island in the kitchen. The both of them are.
I really want to help this guy get out of this thing. So my next question for you is, if your testimony here under oath is that these bruises came from this granite being dropped on his foot, you agree with me that does not explain the bruise on his hand.
I don't know what he was doing in the apartment, ma'am. I don't know what else he was doing there. I was not there. I was home cooking, cleaning, and doing my life. I don't know what he was doing. John gets bruised all the time. Another day, actually, he had a bruise right here when he came from the hospital and says, what, did they put something in the hospital in the back of your, right here on the back? He says, no, I don't know. There's nothing. I thought maybe some injection or something. Nothing. When he goes and gets his testosterone too, it could have been something. I don't know. John gets testosterone. He was at that point was getting every month. So I don't know how that happened. I never actually see until after the fact that he was telling me, because he left my house. Remember?
One of the incidents that we talked about, true or false, occurred shortly after you've been released from a stay at Ridgeview.
Excuse me, I don't understand that question. You don't?
Not true?
Just I don't understand the question.
All right, next question.
Wait a second. Are you going to re-ask the question? She said she didn't understand you.
No, Your Honor. I'll withdraw that question. Ms. Moore, you have.
I would ask the question be struck then.
It will be struck from, I can strike it. Go ahead.
All right. Ms. Moore, you recall when the police were at the home and they were talking to you and Mr. Dixon. Isn't it true that you actually had that affidavit, that December 6th affidavit in your hand and were behind the police officer's back doing like this to Mr. Dixon?
No, I never did. Actually, who did that to me? He didn't do this. The day I came to the house and I was looking the second time for my files that proved that those furniture was mine, and he took it. That was the only file missing. He goes like this. And when the police came.
Wait a second. Let me remind everybody that the court reporter is trying to take this down, and I can't even hear when y'all start talking over each other. So, Ms. Moore, go ahead and finish your statement, and then Ms. Hood, you can ask the question, okay?
No, I never did this, Your Honor. That what she's trying to do is another something that he might came up with. I mean, I'm exhausted, and I know, Your Honor, you are too. And it's just like I don't know what else to say. I gave my best here to represent myself, and with Miss Karen help, thank God she was here for me. That's all. I have to.
But true or false, the affidavit was printed off and in your hand the day the police were there.
Print it off. I didn't print anything. I didn't have access to the office. I had that documents for a long time. And as I was getting all my stuff out of the house, because not all, but at least 2 luggages I was able to pack it, I definitely went and I grabbed that. And he was next to me because he was helping me. But I was alone. I had that time to leave, and they need to go. So I showed it to him. I did show it to him. You want to know? Yes, I did show it to him. See, this is not true what he's saying. He didn't even look. He didn't care to look.
So you did attempt to pull the affidavit out and remind Mr. Dixon while the police were there that you had that.
Ma'am, I didn't pull the affidavit out.
Wait. Yes or no, ma'am, and then you can explain yourself.
No, was not like that. As I was getting into my stuff, and we have this box, safe box, where I have my jewelry, and I have in there my wheels, and I had also in there these documents. As I put all out, and that man was next to me, Officer Shaw was next to me, I see, this is crazy what I'm going through, because it is. I don't think I've ever been more humiliated in my whole life than what this man made me go through that day. Okay, never, never. I left that house. That was my house.
Okay. We've got Dr. Major, with whom you talked about the affidavit. We've got Pat Jones, who knows about the affidavit. We've got Ms. Heinsohn, who knows about the affidavit. We've got Mr. Dixon's daughter, who knows about the affidavit.
I don't know the relevance of how many people know about the affidavit, including her lawyer and her counselor who suggested it. Right. I mean, what's the importance of this?
Where do you get that, ma'am?
At that moment,
Money was that this didn't have anything to do with the affidavit, so that's a change of things. But in any event, I will just cap it off with this. Ms. Moore, true or false? You've had conversations with at least 10 different people about the affidavit.
I'm gonna object. It's not even relevant.
Okay. Wait. Let me do my job. I am going to say, answer this question and then move on, because here's where I'm at with this, Ms. Hood. You've gone down this road several times and we keep stopping to address it. This is the last time, okay? Last question.
I just wanted to answer it.
Well, she has, but go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Moore.
No. I share with the people that I thought that was important for me to share.
Now, you did say that you at least one time hit Mr. Dixon when you were hurt and you were upset, right? And that was prior to the affidavit, correct?
Yeah, that's why I need that affidavit, because he starts saying that from that he created a whole story about me beating him. Why? I would ask you, ma'am, why I have to be a little bit my lawyer here. Why John last year, when he asked me to divorce him and I walk away with nothing, which was February, January we initiated, February, why didn't he then say that I hit him? Because that never happened. He needed to have something right now to accuse me so he can have the money all back to him and take money away from me, as you, ma'am, trying to get from me, a hardworking woman. I mean, nobody's looking at
Let's stay
my
focused. Ms. Moore, I need you to just answer the questions that are being asked. Go ahead, Ms. Hood.
So, Ms. Moore, the affidavit, when you testified earlier, you said, I need you to do this document. I need you to do this, or we can't be together. And the affidavit that you wanted him to sign would say that you had not physically harmed him, when just months earlier, you've already admitted that you did hit him in the face, correct?
Yeah, but that was under an emotional moment for me. And also after we have a beautiful dinner where I explained to him how he made me feel when he looked at women. And that was not one occasion. He does it all the time. And he's always say no, but there's sometimes that he can't deny. And then he says, when he can't deny, I'm a man, what you wanted me to do? And that's it.
And we've seen some of those emotions of yours play out today, and you would agree with me that you're oftentimes emotional, correct?
No, no, I'm not often emotional. I'm trying to defend myself from something I didn't do, and you all trying to accuse me of doing it. This is my life. As I said earlier today, he walked away with all his money, with everything that he has. I have only 2 arms and 2 legs still, and my dignity. Okay, to looking when I go into my bed and I have a mattress on the floor from what I came from, where I am right now. That's all that was left for me. So
You did say that the reason that you filed
this is emotional, by the way. This is a bunch of lies.
Ms. Moore, wait just a second. Go ahead, Ms. Hood.
Ms. Moore, you did say earlier that the reason that you were asking the court to give you the protective order is more so emotional than anything else, right?
Absolutely. It's not about emotional. If you go to your gym and you're afraid that he's gonna be there like he was there last year in October, and what he said to me, I said, why were you there? I saw him there. He was stalking me. I just want to make sure if I still wanted you or not when we already started the process of getting divorced. Why he show up at my business? Why he show up at my doorsteps and knock at my door? It is frightening. And you know what? I'm not that big. I'm 5'7". Yeah, I'm 115 pounds. He's big. He's tall. He's not that social.
The house that you're talking about him showing up at, he has keys to that house, correct?
At that moment, he was already had given me the keys back. We were in the process of we were separated. He was not with not even one object of him in my house, and he didn't have the key of my house.
Earlier, you mentioned, well, let's knock this out first. At the time that you had Mr. Dixon sign this affidavit, there was no litigation of any kind pending anywhere, right?
Right.
But you anticipated it, did you not?
I did anticipate it. I followed what our therapist said for me to do it. And then I asked Karen, she said no, she wouldn't do because she doesn't think that this would be even valid in court, something like that you said, right?
So your attorney would not even facilitate the preparation of that affidavit. You had to go to somebody else.
I didn't go to somebody else. He did it. He decided to do it because he wanted to make me feel secure to go back to him because I wasn't going to go back to him. I wasn't. I mean, at that point,
unless you did the affidavit, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
She was not going to go back to him, and my question is, if he did not sign the affidavit, right? You were not going to go back.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She keeps mischaracterizing the testimony of him signing the affidavit like she's prepared an affidavit for his signature. Her testimony has been clear about this affidavit. I really think, I think we need to move on.
All right, I agree the testimony has been clear. She has testified, he has testified about the origins and the nature behind the affidavit. Move on.
As you sit here today, Ms. Moore, you do not have any reason to deny the fact that Mr. Dixon did in fact pay off the mortgage on your residence.
Objection relevance. The judge has already said.
I'm going to sustain the objection. We are not here for the divorce, y'all. This is for a family violence protective order.
Understood. Now, Ms. Moore, I know you said that you were seeking a protective order more so for emotional purposes, but looking specifically at the allegations, do you recall which of the allegations in your petition it is that you contend is an act of family violence?
I think the reason why I asked for, I remember why. I feel like I've been controlled, manipulated, gaslighted, belittled. John Dixon used to say, oh, you got your hair done. That is not as blonde enough. You're not tall enough. His wife was 5'10". I did that for my own sanity because I'm going to repeat, I have such a soft head, such a soft spot in my heart for him that he would come around with this little way, nice and soft and always trying to give you something to make you feel loved and cared for. And I do believe I I have that right too, to protect myself from somebody that's coming after me with lies like that, saying that I hit him that very next day. To me, this was going to be more about the day that I left his house on the 27th. There was no mark, there's no bruise, there's no redness, and he's trying to fabricate this whole thing, and here you are trying to pull from me something that is not true. Let me say something to you. I'm saying right here in front of your honor, in yourself, ma'am, I have never touched John until that day that he and I were talking, having nice dinner. And you know what? I heard from a lot of other friends that, well, I understand why. You know, you don't know what it is to be with somebody when you give your life to them and you give up everything and you love that person, and he consistently keep hurting your feelings, knowing that that would hurt me. Maybe he's insecure. Maybe it's something about him, you know, but I feel like I felt many times not good enough for him because that's how he made me feel. And that has a lot to do with my insecurities that Dr. Major was trying to help, because he said, I want to work with you. Because he never really liked to go there with Mr. Major. He said that he was a school teacher, like somebody. He's always better than anybody.
Okay.
It's so exhausting.
You just mentioned that Mr. Dixon had no injuries when you left that house on the 27th. And you're saying that because there were no injuries that you could visibly see, correct?
I don't know. You don't understand either. Yeah, I'm getting to understand the question.
All right. You just mentioned in your prior testimony that when you left the house on the 27th of March, that Mr. Dixon had no injuries. My question for you is, are you saying that because you could not observe any visual injuries?
Ma'am, well, the officer showed up. He wanted to see. He came and asked me in the room. John has no bruises. John has no marks because Alessandra Moore never did it. I didn't do it. What else do you want me to say? You keep
all I'm asking is you're saying there were no visible injuries on Mr. Dixon, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I read that on the report. I didn't know what was going on there. I don't know what went on. You know, for that matter, I don't know, because I went and I got the report from the police. And that's what I read. But I also know from a fact that it couldn't. I mean, if you haven't done.
I am going to say, answer this question and then move on, because here's where I'm at with this, Ms. Hood. You've gone down this road several times and we keep stopping to address it. This is the last time, okay? Last question.
I just want her to answer it.
Well, she has, but
No.
go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Moore.
No. I share with the people that I thought that was important for me to share.
Now, you did say.
And that man was next to me, Officer Shaw was next to me. I just see, this is crazy what I'm going through, because it is. I don't think I ever been more humiliated in my whole life than what this man made me go through that day. Okay, never. I left that house. That was my house.
Okay, we've got Dr. Major, with whom you talked about the affidavit. We've got Pat Jones, who knows about the affidavit. We've got Ms. Heinsohn, who knows about the affidavit. We've got Mr. Dixon's daughter, who knows about the affidavit.
Why would you have a mark? Why he would have any mark if I have not touched him?
Are you aware that because Mr. Dixon had just gotten out of surgery in the hospital and all that, he was actually not on his blood thinners as of March 27th? Did you know that?
March 27th? Well, March 27th. Well, that was like 2-3 days that they stopped them. When he arrived at the hospital, they said no more blood thinners for a while because he was having, but that has nothing to do seriously. If you hit somebody, you're gonna have some redness, you're gonna have some scratch, you're gonna have something. I mean, he's saying that I read his report, by the way, that where he says that he was begging me not to hit him because I was over and over and over hitting him. Right there, he's lying, and you guys not seeing. Excuse me, you better than that. You a lawyer. You trying to just to accuse me of something? Yes, I was emotional during this whole period here, but you, ma'am, you are just as emotional, and you're American, okay? I have to really take care of myself here to defend myself because I have a God, and I said that to you. I have a God who is alive, and I don't care if you all don't believe in that God, but He is here with me today, and He's gonna make justice. That's it. Yes, I am emotional, and that's what He loved about me because I have a heart. When I love big. 3 years he was wooing me, 3 years giving me gifts and trying to make me go on his side. And I kept saying, "You married?" And he said, "Yeah, I know you're not gonna date it. I married them." But he, in the back of his mind, he knew what he wanted because he didn't spend. His wife was not long dead that he came to ask me to marry him, and I walk away. So we are repeating ourselves here. I would like for you to come to the rest of the questions because you know what? We're not going anywhere. You're trying to make me to say something, I didn't do it. And the evidence is right there. So you're a young woman. I think you have a lot to learn because I mean I don't know what else to say here.
My question is, other than what you have read in the police officer report, and other than your testimony that there were no physical injuries, you don't know with 100% certainty, as you sit here today, that Mr. Dixon was not hurt on March 27th, do you?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to this question. There, she's answered 17 times that she didn't.
She has. I am going to sustain that objection. Next question.
All right. Now, one of the things that you've said to Mr. Dixon, whenever the two of you are having conflict, is that he does not need to provoke you.
She provokes me all the time. A person provoke another person when you say to her that she's not pretty enough, or she's not tall enough, or she's when you lying to that person straight in your face. Yeah, that is provoking.
Well, I mean, like,
you know, I said.
With respect to the first recording that we played today, that was part of our exhibits, you remember hearing yourself on that recording say, "Don't provoke me, don't provoke me."
I didn't say provoke. Actually, that video that you guys played, there was 2 different days. Okay, there was 2 different days. You guys put it all together. I don't know how, but my videos, you can come here and look. I have the dates. It's right there. I don't know how you guys did your videos now, as I think you this morning. Now, your video, there's 2 different occasions. One, the day I asked him not to come to the bathroom, use my bathroom, because he's a man, and you know how men sometimes mess. So I was already giving up my own bedroom, because those furniture were mine. I already felt depleted for everything that I worked so hard for. Okay, so now then he starts saying on the across the hall, he starts saying, "Do not hit me, do not hit me." I was not even close to him. At that point, we were waiting for the police.
But isn't it true, yes or no, that he says, "Do not hit me," and you say, "Don't provoke me"? Yes or no?
That do not hit me, that cannot be the same thing. It cannot be.
Yes.
It just cannot be. Because at that point, I was waiting for the police, and he was the one putting his head out and trying to make me to say that not that I don't hit him, because he was recording something. I was far away from John.
I'm so sorry. I want you to get a chance to explain your answers, but there's a lot of this stuff that I can stop asking if you'll just give me a yes or no answer. And I really need you to answer me with a yes or a no. On that recording.
You know what, that recording, I am not aware of that, you know. I mean, I cannot say yes.
Miss Moore. Yeah. I need you to, I know that it's a very personal matter and it's very upsetting, but I need you to just take a deep breath. And when she asks you the question, just answer yes or no, and then we'll go from there. Okay. Go ahead.
And I am trying to avoid playing the recording again so we can move on. But my only question for you, ma'am, is when Mr. Dixon said, "Please don't hit me," your response, yes or no, was "Don't provoke me."
I probably may have said, yes, don't provoke me. Well, don't provoke. What is don't provoke? Don't keep provoking. That doesn't mean anything. If I said that, you know, there was a lot of things going on at that time. I don't remember everything. I don't remember. I haven't been able to sleep for 27 days. I'm here all day without eating, the 2 of us. So I may have said it not to provoke, and I will sustain that because he does provoke. And the best way that John does things is very soft and kind of like he thinks before he does things. like he did. He has those records because it was the last time he knew already that I wanted to divorce and he needed to find something to go against me. John is very smart. You know, he's still running a business. And I already answered you. I may have said that. Don't provoke. Just say, please don't provoke me. Don't keep pushing me. Yeah, I may have said
What's
that.
your next question, Ms. Hood?
You've taken quite a few recordings of disputes between you and Mr. Dixon during your marriage, correct?
Yeah, I was the one being accused the first year, the first month, a shakedown. The one who married to him with love, the one who ran away from him in 2020, that didn't want his money, that didn't need his money. So yes, I started to be more aware after talking to her, being here and him. You know, our relationships, ma'am, we loved each other. I thought he loved me. I know I loved him. You know, so there was a lot of things going on during this.
All right, that's enough, Ms. Moore. What's the next question, Ms. Hood?
Ms. Moore, with the respect to the times that you said that Mr. Well, going back to the recordings, you said you've taken quite a few. That means that all of the ones that related to what you're trying to prove to the court today, you brought with you, yes?
I what?
She didn't say that.
Did you play the recordings that you thought mattered for the issues today during this hearing?
Objection, the client didn't make decisions about that. The lawyers make decisions.
All right,
I'm going to sustain that objection.
I'll move on and I'll make the next question this. Ms. Moore, you talk a lot about John screaming and yelling and all this, and I'm not aware that there are any recordings that we heard today of any of that. You agree?
I agree. Yeah. I think every time he yelled at me it took me by surprise. You know, it was like when I came home that day from the hospital and he started yelling at me and I said, John, I take care of you. Why are you treating me? Because in front of the nurse, to the doctors, he was very nice and he smiled. But to me, during that week, he was very, and he even said himself when we were driving home, he said, I'm cranky. Just know that I got him from the hospital. First thing he said when he got in the car, don't know that I'm cranky today. Well, he was very cranky, especially when we were getting to Wendy's to get his burger. And I was interrupting him just to know, what do you want? How do you want? And he says, let me finish. So you don't think about having a cell phone to do that at that moment. No, you don't. And it was not, and also just to so everybody understands, it's not like he was yelling at me all the time. There was moments of yelling. John is more like a controlling, a guy who manipulates, a guy who knows what he's doing, gaslights me all the time. I felt literally, I don't know where this awareness is coming to my mind now. I felt I was literally going crazy.
You don't agree that having the affidavit thing, you don't agree that's manipulative?
No, I don't think he's manipulative. He wants me back in his life. I'm afraid, but I still have a heart for him. I still love him. I still want to believe that this relationship actually, what do you think, ma'am? My mom and my dad didn't see me with anybody in 12 years. I didn't go to Brazil and take anybody, but I took John. Do you think it's easy for me to have to turn around and say we are divorcing? No, we both mentioned that to each other, though. This is not a relationship that started 3 years ago, 2 years ago. That's a 5 years of friendship. This man was my family, period.
You stated earlier, and I appreciate you acknowledging and saying, yeah, there was an occasion that I hit him in the face when he said, go ahead and hit me. So my question for you is, do you also acknowledge that you have broken 2 of Mr. Dixon's phones by taking them away from him when he was trying to call the police?
First of all, Mr. Dixon never tried to call the police. The day he tried to call the police, he called the police. So it's not a trying. He never called the police before.
Your petition says that he was constantly threatening to call the police and calling the police.
But there's a difference, calling and threatening to call.
Well, how many of his phones did you actually break?
I broke one time, but was not like, yes, I was upset, and it has everything to do with him being disrespectful and looking at one another. And I didn't broke, and him, I just went like this. And those phones breaking very easy. Mine actually is broken too. But that was, yeah, there was an occasion where we were talking and having a lot of emotions because this relationship, as y'all can see, it took a long time for everybody, was very all over the place. But a lot of times that my emotion comes out, and when I see somebody lying, and this man is lying, and I have to protect myself, and I have to be here and just say what I know and what I remember. So you asked me one time, and I actually, when I saw that, I thought, he said 3-4 times. He cannot even remember. There was one time that I got mad and said, why you do that? And I went like this. You know, one thing I know, I was 12 years by myself. I think I want to stay the rest of my life by myself. This is not worth it, having people that you give your heart, that you open your heart, and it turns out to this. You know, I just, I know one thing. John Dixon, when he put his head on the pillow, for the rest of his life, he will remember. And it's so sad because he should be so close to God now. Now he goes to church, my friend's church, who's been there for 17 years, and he wanna pretend he's there for some reason. No, be a good Christian man. You don't have to show other people. You start in the morning, like I always did with you. Let's pray now. Let's do our daily devotional. That's what he should do, and not go show to everybody or everything that's going on here, which is a lie. And the lie, the father of all lies, we know who he is evil, and he's been nothing but evil in my life. And I don't know.
As you sit here today under oath, isn't it true, Mr. Dixon has never hurt you physically or been violent with you?
I never said that on my I call the reports. I never said that in my petition. I never said that. My problem with him is him not leaving me alone. There was 5 times that he left me, and I 5 times went back to him. There was a lot of familiarities. We knew each other well. I thought I knew.
Okay, let me interrupt you, Ms. Moore. Yes or no?
What is the question again? If I ever watched
again, Ms. Hood.
Ms. Moore, is it your testimony today that Mr. Dixon has been violent with you or ever put his hands on you in a hurtful way?
No, I never said that. So no.
And he's never broken your phone, right? He's never broken your phone, has he?
What is that?
Broken your phone. He's never broken.
No, he never broke my phone.
Now, one other question, you've read the affidavit and you're aware that it does talk about Mr. Dixon's daughter, Holly.
I don't see the relevance of this, Your Honor. I'm going to object.
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, Holly was a witness that they called to testify. We did not know that Ms. McMillan was going to have to testify. I'm trying to perfect the record and clean it up at this point. That's all I'm trying to do with any of these questions. So I'm trying to lay just a little bit of foundation there about Holly's mention in this affidavit that they are using in defense of literally every allegation that we made.
All right.
Testify about the affidavit.
I mean, the affidavit speaks for itself, so I don't know, but if you've got questions related to what's in the affidavit that this woman can answer them perhaps, but we'll see where it goes.
You would agree with me that one of the specific statements in the affidavit is that Holly has taken accounts of the relationship between you and Mr. Dixon and repeated them without verifying truthfulness.
I don't even know how to answer that question, but what I will do, to the best of my knowledge, Holly has been accused by her father to me for the longest that she only wants his money. But I never knew Holly until I met Holly, not in person, but until we started talking in November last year. And that woman, for her to be here today, I never asked her to be here. Carrie never asked her to be here. We just want to, I never participated on the conversation. She never told me anything. Holly and we talk, and she tells me about her traumas as a child. For her to be here today, I think it's very grand of her to do on her own. And I think she's doing that more because of what she see, how he treated his wife. He said he's treated very well. She said that's not the case, but that's another story. We're here for different things, but no. I think Holly was here today on her. She came here out of her heart. And when he says that Holly did that, because that's what he always trying to separate. One thing Holly and I came to an agreement last year also is that John never wanted me around Holly. And Holly was told by John that I didn't want to be around
Okay, Ms.
her.
Moore, you're just talking again, so I need you to stop. What's your question, Ms. Hood?
Your Honor, I am moving on. Do you have any objection to sharing any monthly expenses related to the properties you own with Mr. Dixon during the time that should an order be entered during the time that that order is in effect?
I'm gonna object to the question. That is an issue she would need to consult with her lawyer about.
Yeah, and ultimately it's gonna be my decision, so that's, y'all can save that for depositions later on for the.
Understood.
Course.
Ms. Moore, did you ever tell Mr. Dixon you needed him to go on record saying you never heard him so that you could prove that to his daughter and to his sister?
No.
Next question.
I was trying to protect myself.
I didn't get it.
Ms. Hood, what's your next question?
Why is it, Ms. Trimble said that there was not any kind of romantic relationship between the two of you, but you told Mr. Dixon that there was. Which is it?
At first 2 years there wasn't, but then before his wife died, and him and I have gone.
Please misunderstand. Now, repeat the question with the names for her. Ms. Hood, if you could repeat the question.
Yes, Your Honor. My question was simply that we heard from Ms. Trimble today that there's never been a romantic or sexual relationship between she and Ms. Moore, but she told Mr. Dixon otherwise. I'm asking her as she sits here today on the road, which is it?
Okay, so just so we're clear, you're asking her about a relationship that Ms. Moore may have had with Ms. Trimble.
Correct, which goes to the credibility of the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, I just want to make sure she's clear on the question.
I don't think I saw anybody more Christian, more devoted, has 3 Bible studies that she participates than Laura Trimble. She is a wonderful person. She has been that person, yes, that has helped me every time John broke up with me. And I don't have many friends. John knows that. I have a lot of acquaintances. I know a lot of people, but I'm very quiet homebody. So Laura became this friend over a period of 10 years. Absolutely not. Ludicrous, crazy, insane monster to think something like that when he knew where I was every night, every morning, every afternoon. The only time he could say, I don't know where she was, it was when I was at the gym, but he could have gone there with his car and see I was there. So no, absolutely not. And I'm so sorry for Laura to have to go through this. I have to, it's just so sad because I have to go to my friends and say, I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry for putting you into this situation.
And Mr. Carrico testified that y'all, he said there had never been any violence on his part, but you did in fact tell Mr. Dixon that you and Mr. Carrico had a physical argument before.
We never had any physical argument. Joe, he would not be here today to testify. Joe helped me when he and I got divorced. He helped me to put a business. We have a wonderful relationship. His wife is from Colombia now. And yes, we haven't talked in many, many years. I just respect his relationship, but he's very friendly with my father. As a matter of fact, 2015, my father was here. He went and took my father for a ride and to talk. Absolutely not. John is trying that. He tried that by calling my daughter. He's trying to get something out of somebody because truth of the matter is this man has nothing to prove against me. And the things that I have done, I have said it over and over here today.
And you agree with me that throughout your relationship with Mr. Dixon, you have in fact used the term dark spells or your dark feelings to talk about your anger, correct?
I never use that word. I don't even know where this coming. What I said actually is the opposite. I always say to John, when you want to separate from me, 2 days before he goes into that dark place where he is not even himself. You know, I never said actually he's using something that I have stated about him. And then pretty soon after that, sure enough, here he is finding a way to leave me for some reason or another. I understand that maybe for him being married for 53 years was, you know, something that he had with his wife. But, you know, I don't think he is able or capable or stable to have a relationship with anybody. She spoke with Cynthia yesterday. We all know what he did to her, you know, but it is a fact, you know, and well, she's asking about me. What else do you want to know?
Here's I've maybe got 2 more questions. Let's try to wrap it up with 2. First one is this. Of the witnesses who testified today, how many of them did you call and share details with about the hearing today while it was going on?
Well, Laura, I don't have to call. She was there. She was part of it.
So she was with you?
No,
we're not understanding each other. I mean, there's too many words being said, and part of that's the Zoom problem. So, Ms. Hood, repeat your question.
Of the witnesses that you had testified today on your behalf, how many of them did you call and speak with at any point today?
None of them.
Speak to any of these witnesses today?
Just text message, not speak with anybody. And Laura, she prayed for me before I came here today, before we even entered the Zoom. Yeah. Along with a lot of other ladies, because I volunteer at Sunrise, which is the elderly place, which he's also said that I'm doing that and I'm fake. Why would I volunteer that for what? I love those people and they love me. They're all praying for me today. You know, as something I always told John that I wanted to do before I couldn't. I was busy working, being a single woman, I have to pay my bills. And when I wanted to start to volunteer, which was 2020, the person said, then COVID came and they have to put aside that desire that I had to volunteer at the elderly place. So all these people are praying for me. Yes.
I think this is going to be my last question for you. You agree with me that the recording that you played as one of your exhibits, that Mr. Dixon had no idea you were recording that, right?
No, he knew. I told him I was recording. I said that and I said that already today. He was aware of it. He was aware.
You heard him say that he was not aware of it.
But that's what he's saying. I cannot speak for him. I did tell him, and he was upset that I wanted him to say that I didn't drop anything in his food, because that's why he got that bruise on the food. And yeah, I was trying to protect myself, ma'am. You know, because part of me should have run from this man a long time ago. Don't you think? If he were,
well,
I should have run from him a long time ago.
I think it seems like a heck of a lot of work to go behind cover up your tracks, to have him sign an affidavit and get all these.
Objection, Your Honor, she's testifying.
Last question for you, Ms. Moore. That recording that Mr. Dixon says he was not aware was being recorded. If he's in that recording, as we all heard, saying, "Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me," you don't have any answer for this court as to why.
That's not the recording. She's conflating the recordings.
And I can go back and review the recordings myself.
But you don't have any answer, Ms. Moore, as to why Mr. Dixon was saying, "Don't hit me, do you?"
Do not answer that question. The you need to specify which you're talking about, the recording that she made of him.
I believe it is.
I don't even know which recording you're talking about.
Basically, I'm hearing an objection from Ms. Henson. What is the question and which recording are you referring to, Ms. Hood?
The first one, it was one of our exhibits, Your Honor, and my question is, he's saying, "Don't hit me in the recording." My question for Ms. Moore is, she does not have an answer for this court today as to why he would be saying that.
Because he's a liar. Because when he asked me that question, when he said, don't hit me, I was in my room, our bedroom, and he was in the hall. And man, Be man enough now to say that to everybody, just like I was a woman enough to say that yes, one time I hit your face at your request. Just be just as grand and big as I'm trying to say here what really happened. You said that, John. You said that. Don't hit me, don't hit me. And I was far away. Actually, you asked more questions that day. You asked, are you been drinking? I never drink at 10:30 in the morning. Who does that? No, that was a lie.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, I don't think so.
All right, any more witnesses?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'll go ahead with summation. I'll let you both, obviously, this is cross petition.
Okay, the judge has a smile on her face because it's closing arguments now. I didn't see this last part. This is brought to you by me. Viking and Kitch got that last part of the questioning. This part I had recorded. I didn't watch this part, so I'm watching this with you guys for the first time. Let's have some fun. Let's see. This has got to be the end. This is the end. Okay, we are at the end, people. Thanks for watching and hanging with me. Let's roll.
TPO filed by Ms. Moore. She has testified under oath before this court today that it is all emotional and not physical in nature. And as defined by statute, not one single allegation, event, or circumstance described in her petition qualifies as an act of family violence under the statute.
And I will take that under advisement after I've had a chance to hear closing. We've made it 4.5 hours of testimony. I can hear a little bit more. So go ahead with your closing.
Sounds good, Your Honor. Essentially, Your Honor, what we have here is we believe that, as I just said, Your Honor, that Ms. Moore's petition for TPO should be dismissed in its entirety for the reasons that I stated, which are that she has not cited even a single act of family violence. She's testified under oath. Mr. Dixon has never put his hands on her or hurt her physically in any way. She's talked about some emotional things, Your Honor, but nothing that would warrant a TPO under the statute. So we believe hers should be dismissed in its entirety and that fees should be awarded pursuant to the family violence statute, not taking into consideration the financial circumstances of the parties, but rather the prevailing party on the cross petitions. Going to Mr. Dixon's petition, Your Honor, we have described a number of events. The most recent of those was on March 27th. You heard from Mr. Dixon that Ms. Moore came into the home. She was banging on the door violently, after which time she comes into the house. He's been asleep. He's just gotten out of the hospital. He's weak and can hardly move around. So he certainly can't be instigating any acts of family violence on his end. But you hear that Ms. Moore came in so enraged, which she talks about having cared for him from getting out of the hospital for 5 days, Your Honor. Even the petitions themselves established that she was not there. She was gone, and we don't know where she was. But she comes back at 10:30 in the morning, banging on the door, wanting to get in. She gets in, and she immediately starts swinging at Mr. Dixon. He's able to block some of the swinging blows that she's trying to deliver, but she gets him right in the tooth with her ring, chipping his tooth. Did the officers observe visible injuries that day on the scene? The report says they did not, and we don't deny that they likely did not that day. The chip in the tooth is very small. Mr. Dixon would be able to show it to you if we were in court today, but virtually I don't know that you'll see it. However, Your Honor, again, you know, this is a gentleman who's on blood thinners. As we know, he bruises easily, but as testimony has shown, he was not on blood thinners. He had just had surgery. So even if Ms. Moore was delivering some swinging blows, there is an absolute chance that it did not bruise and that he was nonetheless injured as a result of that act of family violence. And further, Your Honor, the statute does not require there to be bruising or a visible injury in order for it to constitute an act of family violence. So that is, Your Honor, the most recent act of family violence that triggered the filing of this petition. Prior to that, Your Honor, we have a number of incidents having occurred between the parties all of which constitute acts of family violence, and one of which Ms. Moore even admitted herself under oath before the court today that she did in fact engage in. She did commit that act of family violence, and she told the court that today. Why? Well, not that it matters under the statute, but her testimony, because he was just asking for it. So, Your Honor, we've talked at length about Ms. Moore's volatility, about her emotion, about her dark spells, as Mr. Dixon has heard her describe them, Your Honor, and even better than any other evidence that we could have put up in front of this court today, we had Ms. Moore herself. This court had the opportunity to see the volatility, the emotion, and I have all the respect in the world for a strong and confident woman, and particularly one who's non-American and who is out there making it and running her business. But Your Honor, she has got a tendency and a propensity to violence, and that is clear. We would not have recordings in existence. Mr. Dixon just falsely manufacturing some narrative that he doesn't even know he needs yet, because mind you, a divorce has not been filed yet, nor has any other litigation. He's saying, please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. And I submit to the court, why in the world would somebody say that unless it had happened before? And thanks to Ms. Moore's testimony, we know that it did. And in fact, there had been plenty of other incidents that never even got reported. Why? Because other acts of family violence got in the way, such as Ms. Moore grabbing that phone out of Mr. Dixon's hand. Now, she says she broke one phone. He says she broke two. Either way, we have an act of family violence having occurred. And now, not only do we have these two admissions of family violence and evidence of others, but we've got a pattern, Your Honor, a pattern that makes it reasonably likely that an act of family violence will occur in the future. Now, the court's heard a lot of testimony today as to what the potential motives on Ms. Moore's end would be to cause further harm to Mr. Dixon, even notwithstanding the fact that they've separated. And I think that those motives sort of speak for themselves. There's a litany of them, and which of them applies, or maybe there are certain of them that all apply in part and parcel, Your Honor. But bottom line is, they're living in close proximity, as this court has heard, and we have a pattern, we have an act of family violence, and we have a reasonable likelihood that family violence will occur in the future. So, Your Honor, we are not only asking for fees in the defense of the petition filed by Ms. Moore, but also in the prosecution of our own petition. The evidence before this court, marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 6, included all of our fees and invoices that Mr. Dixon has incurred to date, attorney's fees in connection with exclusively the TPO litigation, as the answer in the divorce case has not even been filed yet. Your Honor, we are asking to be awarded fees under the family violence statute, again, not taking into consideration the financial circumstances of the parties. And we are asking for Mr. Dixon to be awarded all of his fees, which are in the amount of $10,120 as of the beginning of this hearing, Your Honor. We would ask the court to take careful consideration of the circumstances surrounding the execution of the December 6th, 2022 affidavit. We would also ask the court to take careful consideration of the credibility of the witnesses that Ms. Moore has called to testify on her behalf today, and the motivations or ill will or nefarious intentions that may surround the circumstances under which they've been called to testify, Your Honor. Other than that, we think our evidence and sworn testimony speaks for itself. We thank the court for its time and consideration of this matter.
Okay, so before I turn it over to Ms. Henson, the parties no longer live together, correct? But they do both live in Dunwoody.
Correct.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Ms. Henson.
All right, Your Honor, Mr. Dixon told a lot of stories about that don't make sense. Why would a man with his resources, with his own company, pursue a woman who is physically abusive to him? You know, the timing, the pattern was, and I think it's uncontroverted that he pursued a relationship with her. That has been consistent. We have his email after he filed for divorce with Katie Cannell and then dismissed it 4 days later. You know, he's sending her emails saying, we need to get back together. I love you. I don't, let me find the email. Please think very hard about our past before you allow for the documents to be delivered to you, his divorce. I will take joy in stopping the procedures. I will feel great joys if you could text me and allow me to come and talk. Please give us another chance. I love you and always will. Tomorrow it is scheduled to have documents delivered to you for our divorce. I hate it. I have chills just writing it. I get sick to my stomach. I don't want to do it. I would much rather spend quality time with you. Talk about our new home. Talk about traveling. You know, this is a man who saw a beautiful younger woman when he came to her business while his wife was alive, you know, for a Brazilian wax. He pursued her. She testified that they were friends, that she told him his wife was still alive, that he told her he wanted to marry her shortly after his wife died, and she said, no, you're older. You know, she's testified about that. Her long-term client and friend Laura testified about that. There is nothing other than Mr. Dixon's bald allegation that he implied that she told him that they had a lesbian relationship. Your Honor, this stuff is completely fabricated by Mr. Dixon in an apparent effort, in my perspective, to gain an upper hand in a divorce, in a case where he has pursued this one woman, bought her cars before the marriage, he paid off her condo, he's transferred money to her, he put her name on the joint, on the UBS account. You know, this is the man that has said, I'll take care of you. I want to travel with you. You know, you need to close down your business. So she gets rid of her business. He has pursued her. He would get angry with her or hurt, offended by her, and would leave, would break up with her. He broke up with her right before the marriage. She was humiliated. She was embarrassed. You know, she had invited her daughter to come to the wedding. They had invited other people to come to a celebration. Her friend Laura testified about she and her husband were at the actual wedding, which happened after the wedding that Mr. Dixon canceled. Mr. Dixon, when she married him, he has bought these condos and put her name on these condos. This is not something that she has done. This is something that he has done. And now that my client is no longer willing to be with him, he wants to fabricate some story that positions him so that she not only owes him all of the properties that have been put in joint names during their marriage, but he wants her to pay back gifts, cash and gifts that he gave her premarital while he was wooing her, while he was trying to convince her to stop her business. It is unthinkable that Mr. Dixon would have suffered the injuries that he claims that she visited on him in October 22 without calling the police or going to the hospital that day or making some elder abuse report. It is not inconsequential that two lawyers with good reputations, after dealing with Mr. Dixon for a brief period of time, do not represent him, did not file allegations of family violence.
Because that is not only not relevant, but that was not in evidence.
There were.
I agree. I'm going to sustain the objection. Move on.
Okay. The allegations that he has made about her hitting him, there is no evidence of any of that other than his words. The injuries that he went to the hospital and reported that she caused, he went to the hospital and reported that the same day that he went to see Justin Hayes, who called my office. There was testimony about that, and Mr. Dixon's affidavit says, I understand my lawyer called her lawyer to say there was family violence. You know, that's when he went to the hospital and said, my wife did that. Now, I don't question whether Mr. Dixon has told maybe he has told his lawyers these stories. Maybe he's told his current lawyers that all of this is the truth, but there is no evidence of any of this happening, and it does not make sense for him to have made these allegations. My client has been truthful in her testimony today, even when it is to her detriment. She admits that she slapped him in the face one time when he said, slap me, after they were at the Capitol Grill. That is the one act of putting her hands on him that she has admitted. She has denied every other allegation he has made at her. His lawyer in the closing says she took the phone out of his hand and broke it. That was not her testimony. Her testimony was that she picked his phone up and hit it on the table and broke the screen. There was no indication that he was trying to call the police on any of these occasions. Why would her ex-husband of 10 or 12 years ago interrupt his life to say she was never violent with me? Why would her daughter, who has never even approved of this marriage and hasn't really had much contact with her mother during this marriage, be willing to dial into Zoom while on vacation in South America to testify that her mother's not a violent woman? You know, why would her friend, who from church, you know, why would these people why would Mr. Dixon's own daughter, Holly, be willing to risk whatever her father can do to her going forward to come to testify for Ms. Moore, unless his daughter felt like it needed to happen? Why did he make a police report against Cynthia Evans, the woman he was engaged to in early 2021? Why did he buy her a car? Why did, you know, why these are patterns of behavior of Mr. Dixon, getting upset, breaking apart. We did not get, Your Honor, we did not get into a lot of the information about the patterns, the history, Mr. Dixon's marriage to his wife of 53 years. We didn't get into that today because you directed me to talk specifically to the family violence today. But some of the differences between some of the information that could have been presented today that might shed some light on Mr. Dixon's patterns and Mr. Dixon's behavior simply was not entered today, because it's essentially his word that she caused all these injuries, and she has threatened him and terrorized him, and it's his word against her word. So, Your Honor, the petition that she filed, she did testify that it's more emotional, but she also testified that he was with his finger in her face saying, "You are mine." She testified that he said, I'm going to take half of your condo. I'm going to take your furniture. I'm going to take your, you know, that he was in her face. She testified that he showed up at her gym. She showed up at her house. She showed up at the church where he believed she might be there, in an effort to intimidate her, to intimidate Laura, to, you know, hoping to see her, perhaps hoping to have her arrested for violating an ex parte TPO. My client didn't go to church there after this TPO the ex parte was granted on both sides because she did not want to inadvertently run into him. He went out of his way to show up at church 2 or 3 weeks where he thought she might be. My client is concerned about being able to go. She is residing in her Cypress Commons condo that she owned for years before she met him. He has all of her furniture now in the townhouse that he bought this past summer. All of her nice furniture that she paid for before she even met him. She also testified that he had stolen her file that had the receipts proving that she had paid for this furniture, and he told her, "I'm going to have all your furniture." So this is Mr. Dixon's behavior. He may be more manipulative and orchestrating a situation, trying to have a reaction. Anybody can say, "Don't hit me," when they're calling the police. Have you been drinking? Anybody can do that. And someone who is manipulative and who is smart and who is trying to orchestrate an exit from a marriage is perfectly capable of that. So I don't, Your Honor, the couple does need to get a divorce. There is no question about that. And the testimony today about my involvement in this situation, Mr. Dixon admitted that he came to my office and signed uncontested paperwork last March 2022. He filed in February. That was dismissed. He sent her this wooing February 14th email, gets back in her life, convinces her to come back. Well, we love each other. We shouldn't waste the time. We've been friends. Then he comes to my office. He admitted he signed an uncontested settlement agreement where she basically said, you can have all your money back. I want my condo. She wasn't gold digging then, and she's not gold digging now. These people do need a divorce. It is true that my client testified that I wanted nothing to do with this. I didn't think any kind of an affidavit would protect her from a man who is willing to go to the hospital and make false allegations against his wife, and then sign. There's not an affidavit that he's going to sign that will keep him from doing something like that in the future. So my client not having some kind of false sense of security by virtue of the fact that him having signed that affidavit would be her testimony was that her counselor said, if you're going to go back to him, you need something in writing from him saying that he did not do this. This whole beat me up versus hit me distinction, never heard about that until today. In fact, some of Mr. Dixon's testimony today was orchestrated to defend against what was exchanged as exhibits 1, 2, and 3 before our last court hearing. They had his affidavit that we had identified, and they had her recording. And so Mr. Dixon's testimony was designed to make some distinction about the beating me up versus hitting me, because they had the affidavit, and he had to try to come up with a story to explain why he had gone to the hospital, told attorneys, made these allegations of her in the hospital records, and then denied that she's ever hurt him. So that is Mr. Dixon's attempt to explain away his affidavit. I honestly, to me, justice would be served in this case based on the totality of the evidence that Your Honors heard today, by denying both petitions and sending these people to divorce court where this belongs, because it is simply he said, she said, other than the one slap that she said that she admitted, which if she was going to be protecting herself, she would have lied about that. But she admitted that because she said it was true. That after he said to her, "Hit me," she slapped him. So, Your Honor, the rest of this is nothing but it's a fairy tale orchestrated to try to. I don't know what Mr. Dixon's motivation is, other than potentially to try to get. I don't know. I don't know why he has now gone to. He's testified that he now filed a case of elder abuse and has spoken with him 5 times. Nobody's interviewed my client about elder abuse. So, I don't know. None of the other lawyers. This is the first time that has been filed. There were first allegations about when Justin Hayes, the day he went to the hospital last year and made accusations of her, when he told his lawyer all this stuff has happened, and his lawyer contacted me, and I will not testify about what I said to his lawyer, but the bottom line was there's no indication in the testimony today that any elder abuse has ever been filed. There's never been a police report before. I find it incredible that he would testify that he couldn't call because she took his phone away and broke it, and he was too scared of her. So, Your Honor, I would ask that you, if you were going to dismiss Ms. Moore's petition, that you dismiss his as well. Obviously, that you deny their request for attorney's fees in this matter. That if you were going to grant his petition against her, then her petition against him needs to be granted to protect her from his continuing to intimidate her, to show up in her face, to get in her face and threaten her with intimidation. And an act of family violence can be, doesn't have to be a battery, it can be an assault. And when you get in somebody's face and start wagging your finger and making accusations and threats, that can comprise an act of family violence. And Ms. Moore's testimony was that he did that, and that he has essentially stalked her throughout their marriage, every time he broke up with her, and pursued her. And even since the ex parte order was entered, shows up at church. So, Your Honor, that's what we've got today, and we give this to the court's discretion. Thank you.
All right. And I want to thank you all for your testimony and your composure in court today. I know this is obviously a very emotional topic for both of you, and it is easy to forget when we get caught up in the court that that there are lives behind this. And I don't want you for any reason to think that the court doesn't recognize that. And that's why I always want to make sure that people have a chance to be heard, even when it goes as long as today's did. But it was necessary. There were a lot of witnesses. So I do appreciate both sides, working to keep it as short as possible. But I have heard the testimony given on both sides. I would like to review the evidence again. It's been a long day, and I need to go back and kind of look at some of the stuff from earlier, and I'm going to review my notes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to issue this order tonight, and I will have it filed with the clerk's office tomorrow so that all the parties will get a copy of it tomorrow. Okay? So until then, just make sure that you stay in touch with the court, but we should be able to email that to you all tomorrow, and you are excused.
Thanks so much, Judge.
Thank you for the court's time.
Oh my God! All right, listen up. We are finishing up the marathon. We are going live at about 8:15 with Kitch. We are going to be live. I have a bonus clip that I've been saving in the vault. You guys have lasted this long. This one is a doozy. And we are also going to be taking care of Kitch. We're going to be doing super donos. She's not monetized yet, but she works hard. So we are going to get her some donos through my stream. And we're going to take care of our own here. This is what we do. Other creators may not do this, but that's what we do here. All right? So I will see you guys soon for the last part of the marathon. Wash up. Put the kids to bed, and we have a nice little child custody hearing later. I will see you later, nerds. You've been partially served. I'll see you later.